Then, alrighty then, let's do it today. I have some really good ideas for today, and I'm hoping that they work. I'm hoping they work, because I wanted to mess with some stream settings. And I really want to see if this is going to work the way I want it to. Mostly, I actually did some research to try to figure out the, like, ads on this website. I was just trying to figure out because I was really sometimes I'm like having a conversation and like hanging out with people, and then people can't have that conversation. So if I type this right now and then I run this like right away, then there should be no pre-roll. Should be like this. Even let me just test this. Okay. Let me see if this works. I'm super curious, okay? Okay. So there's a command that I can run. Okay. My voice is feeling a little better. I'm feeling a bit better, which is nice. I want to see if maybe we can find some IO keys. We'll see. Maybe we can find some other stuff. EJ, 18 halls with Axton. Interesting. They're probably going to want... They already have a warrior. I wonder if they'd want me for this, actually. What do I have? I have 18 halls as well. What's up, X-Rage? Hey, man, nice to see you. Hey, nice to see you as well. Hello there. My voice is feeling a little bit better. Still to the degree that I'm going to be chillin', cautious, you know. Hi, kitty. Hello there. I think I actually did a little bit of studying, finally. And I think I understand better what's happening with ad settings. So everything should be significantly better. We're going to see if this works. Obviously, if you are subbed, you will not get any ads anyways, but I realized that like I was letting it do it auto this whole time. I just had it on auto, like the minimum setting, but it's been auto. So now I wonder what would happen if I tried to do it though. All SM platforms have been weird lately. What's SM? What's up, RFA? Good morning. Okay. Hi, Geek. So we're going to test to see if these settings... Oh. What's the Amazon blackout? There was an Amazon blackout? I mean, what happened? How's the voice box? Still got my cough drops, but it's not bad today. Not bad today is the answer. Okay, so let me see if this works. Basically, you know how I'm supposed to be standing up a lot more during stream? You know what I'm talking about? You know how I'm supposed to like take care of myself by like standing up or doing some stuff or whatever it ends up being? So I realized I should just manually be scheduling stuff during that. There was a global blackout. Really? I'm so out of... It's so weird how I don't know about these things. So weird. Because a lot of services are hosted. Interesting. I did not know that. Let's see if we can find any sort of push keys. It looks like Resto Druid is super prevalent right now, so maybe it'd be hard for me to find anything potentially. I'd love to find a group to play with today. What's up, Hunter? I'd like to find an actual group to play with. That'd be great. But did you finish your squats? I did, yes. Yes, I did. I was going to make sure I take them off today. I actually did so many that my legs were feeling it last night. Yeah, no more squats today. I'm taking them off. No squats today. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it, I tell you. Hey, Quiver. Good morning. Quiver, you are a fantastic person to ask. Can I ask you for a favor today? Yo, what's up, Cato? It's about to... No squats today. Quiver, can I ask you for a favor today? I would love to ask you some questions. 19 halls? Oof. I really wish I was more confident in like a 19 halls. I can't say I'm the most confident in it. I'm not missing a lot of item level though. Clips working? Let's find out. We can find out. Zero deep start in a woo rant. Okay. I mean, if they want me, I can live it, you know? Okay, wait. Starting a woo rant. They're working now? Fantastic. Nice. A rant, you say, a rant. Okay, I know what I'm ranting about, Zero. So, I decided a while ago, obviously, that I like streaming. And I like streaming for all the good reasons of, like, it's a way for me to hang out with people, it's good for my social life, it's good for my mental health. Oh, what's up, Gfo? It's good for all the right reasons. Hi, Gfo. And it's one of those things where I wish that I understood more of the technical side of things, because I don't understand the technical side of things, you know? You know what I mean by that, though? No more healer kicks. Do they actually... Wait. Whoa. What do you mean no more healer kicks? Dirty deuce. They took it away from Resto Druid, not everyone. Did I miss that today? There was a lot of news this morning. No way. Large changes to... What? What? What the... Wait a second. Hold on, now I'm hyped. Wait. Is that in the enemy range mobs getting changes in Mythic Plus? Oh. Whoa. Bro, that's... I'm gonna have to make my own group. I'm an off-meta tank. It's unfortunate. That's fine. Whoa. Really? That's significant. I didn't realize they took it away from everyone. Oh, holy. That's crazy. No, hold up. No, guys, that doesn't mean it's bad. That doesn't mean it's gonna be bad. I was just saying, Gfo, do you think you understand the technical side of streaming, though? No, it's not gonna be bad. That's a good change. That's a good change, actually. Don't be scared. That's a good change. Let's try 18 holes. No, yeah, I don't either, actually. So one of the things is I'm trying to understand how to... I mean, I have a pretty scuffed stream, actually. I wish I understood a little bit better. People are so geared. Holy... We can wait a second and just see who applies. So... Oh, Theo wants to come. Theo, why are you 722? I know you're good, but why are you so low? I know you're good, dude. He is good. We could play OCE or NA, it doesn't matter to me. So, like, you know that really annoying thing when you're trying to hang out with people and you're, like, having a conversation, they go, hold up, ads. You know what I'm talking about? I want to see if I can figure that out and have it so that that doesn't happen. By the way, you ever try Fellowship? Nope. What's up, Bryce? No, I never tried Fellowship. I still might, but... Okay, wait, hold up. Let me... Two things. Number one, Quiver, my favorite for you. I changed... So I have the minimum amounts of ads on my channel. Arson wants to come, bet. We'll play with Arson. So I have the minimum amounts of ads on my channel possible. That's the first and foremost thing, right? Ever had a crumble cookie? Yeah, like a long time ago. No, I used to down some cookies. But what I did was I changed it so there should be a 30-second ad every 10 minutes, but no more than that ever. And I realized that what I had before was an automatic scheduling. So sometimes it would just randomly hit people with like 3 minutes. And I thought that was bad. So now there should be very, very, very small, like 30 seconds if you're not subbed, every now and again. And I think that that is an acceptable, like that might be better. And there's definitely no pre-rolls. But I looked into this. I might have to, and then I can schedule it when I stand up. Yeah, 30 seconds every, well, it's either that or it's a minute and a half every 30 minutes. You have to get 3 minutes in, otherwise your channel gets fucked. It has to be, I don't know, there's no solution past that. Like, it has to be 3 minutes, but I don't know, you can schedule it however you want. So 30 seconds every 10 minutes, which is like a quick blip. Or it's like, hey, Arson. This is the lowest that it can be. Yeah. It's the lowest it can be. We can take this dude. This warrior seems decent. Westowood. I want a I definitely want a Resto Shaman. So if I'm Guardian Druid, I want Resto Shaman for this. And then a DK. So Resto Shaman, DK, plus whoever. Resto Shaman, DK, plus whoever. Preferably people I know if we're pushing, but it's okay. For Warrior is not bad. We have a Affliction Warlock, which changes things a little bit. So Quiver, you are a watcher, but you're not subbed. Can I ask you how you feel about the ad settings today? You've never... Do you have Twitch Turbo? Do you have Turbo? A lot of people complain. So also the thing is... So the main reason I had to look at this was because people kept telling me they were getting pre-roll ads. But I was like, bro, I've disabled pre-roll ads. And I couldn't figure out why I was getting... Like, why they were still existing. And I was trying to look at that because obviously I don't want anybody to, like, come say hi and then not be able to say hi. Imagine walking into a Twitch channel and you get 3 minutes of ads. Well, that sucks. Jesse, do you understand ads on Twitch? Like, do you understand them? I'm really trying to figure it out better. I am 725. I need to upgrade the neck still. And I have this trinket that's dragging me down a little bit. But otherwise, I'm pretty much set. And this belts, too, and I get a few more crests. 20 more crests, I can upgrade the belt to 4 item levels. But I got my weapon. I got most things up to myth. You don't turbo, you're aware. You're juiced? I was thinking about pineapple juice the other day. Not for any weird reasons, just like literally, I was thinking about pineapple juice. Sounds good. I like pineapple juice. Alright, I'm going to take this warrior, and we might have to swap to NA. And then I'm going to take a DK. If I take the warrior, I take the warrior, DK, and shaman healer. Alright, good night, Bryce. Thanks for saying hi. So, for example, there's going to be a 30-second ad. Sad message. I got... Oh. Everybody... No, of course, Carmen. That's fine. Don't ever worry about that. Take care of yourself first, man. Put a packet of Kool-Aid in a carton of pineapple. Damn. Okay, so hold up. You guys tell me if this works. In 10 seconds, there should be a 30-second... No more. It should be 30-second ad that just is over like in a heartbeat. So you tell me if this works. I'm looking at it now. And take a DK and shaman. Carmen, never a problem. You should never feel pressured, even if you love a streamer. Never feel pressured to you don't have to sub to anyone. Like, it is how streamers make money, but if you I don't think any smaller or mid-level streamer is not depending on their Twitch income to pay rent. Like, I can almost guarantee you that because you don't make enough to pay rent. So it's a pleasure. If you ever feel like you want to support and sub, go for it. But if you need that money and you cannot afford it, please do not sub. Do not do this, by the way. Like, this is... Maybe it's your country. Does your country just have perma turbo, Quiver? Wait a second. Does your country just have perma turbo? That's kind of awesome. Pay me around with Twitch and a boost. Don't let... Yeah, hold on. Hunter, you're not supposed to... Hunter. You're not supposed to tell them. Hunter. Okay, so this is the question. Let's cover like 2% of it. Yeah. So it is a fair... It's a part of my income. It is. Now it popped up. Okay. Ad in progress. Let me see how this works. Let me test it. This is the test here. Okay. And then now it's over. Is that correct? Anybody can confirm? But you live in Israel. Oh, I didn't know. I mean, I don't know, Quiver. I'm not sure. You're from Argentina. I did not know that, Quiver. It's interesting. Okay, over. Thank you. All right, let's see if that works. I'd be curious to know if that works. Later today, I'm going to review my meta tier list, and I think it'll be fun. It'll be fun to make a proper video about my predictions earlier this season. Hi, buddies. Good night, buddies. Okay, let's try these settings today and just see what happens. No problem. Xiaomi, DK, we roll. Harder to tank or heal. I think sometimes it's harder to tank, but most of the time, especially this season, it's harder to heal. Healing is harder. Healing is, you don't know what's going to happen. You can't really plan for it. Oh, come up. No, come here. Come here. Where you go? Come here. Come here. JJ. Wait, hold up. Wait. No, come here. JJ. JJ, you think you can come in to apply for my key without me noticing? JJ. JJ. I see you there. You want a game at all? You want a game? Want a game at all? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Come here, bro. Let me get him. Do you know who this is? Look at those B-nuts. Oh, yeah. My B-nut's full, so there's just... I can't take everyone. Ah, I missed them. I was 0.5 seconds too late. Yeah, we'll see if these work better. I'm down to experiment today. No problem. Alrighty then. So first, just want to see if we can find... I need a DK to make this key easier. We have 2 cleave specs and me. So we just get a Resto Shaman for Lust. And then this. For them, I don't have an in-game community. I thought about making one. I thought about making a guild, actually, but nah. Oh, yeah, so I would love some thoughts. Buddy, shot back from getting food. Keying with him. No problem. See you around. GG. Yeah, I almost got JJ in here. Giga Gamer. Hey. Do you want the DK? Yeah, grip. It just makes the key easier. DK is second boss. They won't die. Grip's in the first area. My route really likes a DK. Consistent damage, safe spec. Just got what you want in this key. Last boss, second boss, etc. Third boss is also pretty tanky. Because this key, I mean, we'll have the damage for it. Like, the timer won't be a problem. With turbo boost, you just have to live now. Like, 18 is basically a 17. And 17, we timed it with, what, 4 minutes left? So, it's just living. I have to live, other people, etc. It's not that much. Hey, G-Full, thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I'm sure you must be quite busy, and I hope you get some rest. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, if anybody is hanging out today, I'd love some feedback on the potential differences of stream settings. Be curious to know if I did them right. I feel like a grandpa sometimes. I feel like an old man when it comes to stream settings. Okay, I'm gonna start taking people. This guy's times 64. If you're a grandpa, yeah. This guy did 18 Eco Dome. We can swap to NA ping. Doesn't it bother people a little bit that he's 724? Like, why is he 724? Is he farming crest still? Feels a little weird, right? Sure. Can swap NA ping after. Suggest. Alright, he has a shaman coming. As Lara. We can swap NA ping after we get DK. Yeah, this guy's fine. I was just looking at him. Oh, no. I don't feel like a grandpa because of my age. I feel like a grandpa because of my knees. No, it's not that either. I just, I don't understand technology. Technology confuses me. That's mostly what it is. Okay, biggest thing today. This is what we're going to do. So I should stand up big arcane mage. Huge mage. Holy. I should make sure that I stand up more throughout stream and just like take care of myself. And I'll try my best to remember to attempt to run ads during that window so that they're disabled when I sit back down, etc. You know? Is that you, Hunter? Yeah, anybody know this dude? I don't know. I don't want to judge based on other things, but let me just maybe log him or something. Zeus Yago. Like rank 34. There's only 34 mages on your server, Hunter? He has kind of okay heroic logs. We should have to, like the. So right now I want to learn about the ads quiver, and the reason is because. So I kind of wish I could almost disable them, but I can't. You have to have 3 minutes per hour, like minimum. But the main thing is that if you don't do them right, what happens is that people will. Oh, nobody got first. So what happens is, if people come to say hi, they might immediately get an ad. It's called a pre-roll ad, and then that obviously sucks. Like Quiver, have you ever clicked on a stream and then you can't say hi to the person because you just get hit with an ad? It's like, okay, you're gonna hit with a 3-minute ad when you walk into someone's stream. Like you're just not gonna stay. You're not gonna like watch a 3-minute ad just say hi. So you're supposed to have them disabled, but I need to figure out how to disable them is the problem. About this guy. So the problem is trying to learn how to do that properly. Yeah, and you don't know if they responded. Well, not this dude. I'm sorry, he has... I don't normally judge too much, but that's rough. So yeah. It's like, it's just one of those things, and it's like, but this is back-end stream stuff, and my problem is I'm really bad at back-end stream stuff. Like, it doesn't inherently make sense, so I have to play around with it, test it, be willing to fail at it, and I'm okay with that. You know, the truth is, I'm willing to not be the best at things. So I'm down to try it, experiment, see if it works. If it doesn't work, that's okay. Alright, I'm looking at this right now. This guy seems decent. Zeus Yago. He seems okay. Alright, I think that he'll be fine. This guy right here. Zeus. Maybe. I want a game. I want to play the game, so let's just take him. Yes. So the idea is that I should be able to figure out how to manage those better so that that doesn't happen. That's basically all I'm trying to figure out. But it's not so easy to do that because it's weirdly complicated and nuanced for no real reason. Like, it doesn't have to be that complicated, but it is. Have them, yeah. I'll just call Amazon. I'll just get my contact at Amazon, you know. I can fill you in. So I've asked a few streamer friends, but everybody handles ads a little differently. I tend to run a lot less ads on my channel than most people do Quiver. I do know that. Like, I run significantly less ads than other people do. Just my preference. Like, I don't really run. I want the minimum. A lot of streamers, they'll depend on that to help pay rent, but I found it doesn't really matter. Like, hold on, wait, so ad in progress. See, now I can see. Now I can see that there's an ad in progress. Did you get that one, Quiver? No, you didn't get any? Interesting. Hunter, can you tell me if that one just went through? Well, you actually, wait, no, hold up. So now, because I sometimes ask a question, you can't hear me. Oh. Aha! So it did work. And that's exactly the secret to life. So Hunter, I hope you got all that, because that was probably the best thing I've ever learned in my life. I just distilled that information for you specifically. And I'm really glad that I could share the secret to life with you. And I hope you remember this forever, because this is like everything I've ever learned in my life. I just was able to explain to you in the last little bit. So, then, you know, I really appreciate you. Oh, you were in an ad? Oh, unfortunate. Okay, let's swap NA ping. The process begins. Arson, can you re-invite? Or Warrior re-invite? If you can't find me. Alright, so we have to re-invite things though. Yep. Sad. Nah, that's all good. Okay, cool. Reform post. Hunter just subscribed. Thanks, Hunter. Much appreciated, Hunter. Oh shit, now I feel like I can't say the secret twice. What? Thanks, Hunter. Was it the feet? Was that what did it for you earlier? No more ads for you. Okay, so we're gonna reform real fast. And then Warrior's gonna re-invite so we can get our NA ping. And we'll try this 18 Halls of Atonement. Nah, it's just Gifo's feet is how she... Yeah. I heard she has some... I stopped myself. I'm sorry. Yeah. That was smart. I was close. Whew. Almost messed up. Probably wise. You know what? Thank you. Thank you, Purple. I'm still... I don't know if you can tell based on my facial expressions, but I'm struggling not to say the joke. I have it in my head still. It's the problem. So... Giga Funnel first boss. Holding in a sneeze. It's not good for you. Don't do that. Run ad and say, oh yeah, you know I could. Oh, Hunter, that's not a bad idea. Hunter, that's a really good point. You know what? You're not wrong about that. Is it? You know why? I'll tell you why, Quiver. Actually, that's a good point though. It's amazing how you filter your thoughts. So the thing is, Exilios, is I've learned to do it because my thoughts they go places they shouldn't go. You ever have that thought? So for example, Exilios, do you ever travel? You ever travel play? Have you ever been to other countries? You ever been to other countries, Exilios? Maybe. No, it's a good question. I was like, yes, Hunter. Indeed, there is. No, poor family. Okay, so when you travel, there's something really important to know, which is that you have to make a decision about, hey, it's, maybe on jet lag, so it's like 2 a.m. Let's say it's 2 a.m., yeah? And you are like, I want to go out. There are some countries which you should do that, because it's fine. And there are other countries where you're like, you know what? As a foreigner, being in this country, it's maybe not a good idea for me to go wander the streets at 2 a.m. This is your decision. You have to make this choice depending on where you're traveling and your understanding. Basically, the way that my mind works is that it's 4 a.m. I'm in the absolute very not great places to walk down a side alley. And I do that wearing short. No, hold up. Sorry, that's my bad. No, that's a bad joke. But my point is, I put myself in... My mind goes places that it shouldn't go. And then I've learned to filter, because if I don't filter, then my shoulders get really sore. You understand what I'm saying? Let me explain this to you. So if I don't learn to filter my thoughts, then I tend to have shoulder injuries. Because I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but this is really tough on your rotator cuff. So when your arms are like this, because you're like wiggling like this, it's really tough on your rotator cuffs. And I just have kind of loose shoulders to begin with. So I tend to have some rotator cuff injuries, you know what I mean? But when I don't filter, I just like trying to get out of like this, you know what I mean? Make sense? You're either going to get that or you won't, and that's okay. I'd like to point out that was very clever. Did you get it? Wait, somebody confirm whether they actually understood that reference. Hey, random. What's up, dude? Oh, I had 2 randoms on YouTube. Hi, what's up, bro? Hey, well, how do you feel about them removing kicks from every healer except Resto Shaman? So, I think it's a good change, actually. You're missing the joke. Straight jacket. You get put in a straight jacket because you get crazy. I was crazy. Thank you, Exilios. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room of rats. Oh, good change. I didn't realize they did that until I started stream. Great change. Excellent change. I know you're going to say, no, it's a bad change. No, it's a good change. Everybody's so concerned, but you have to realize that dungeon design really matters. Like, that's a good thing. Here. Rats make it crazy. I was crazy once. No, great change. They should. That's one way to make healing a little bit more simple. It's actually I think it's a really good idea, though. Mainstream here. What do you mean about the... Oh, no. Random. Sorry, that was a bad joke. I'll stop myself on that one. Alright, we're about to do 18 holes. Let me fully buff up. We got rank 3. We'll use rank 3 resources for this key. It's a proper key. There's actually no reason we couldn't time this. We actually almost timed this before, and that's before we had all this gear, so... Do I have food? Wait, hold up. Bella... Oh, here. You were going to answer, why didn't I try Fellowship? The reason I didn't try Fellowship, right. Yes, indeed. I want coziness right now. I've been feeling very overwhelmed recently. And I've just been wanting to have cozy games. I already know how to play WoW, so there's no learning curve for me. It takes brain power, but it's just relaxing and cozy. I'm stressed because I'm moving in 7 days. I'm moving to a new house in 7 days. And when I game, I don't really want to be like... I don't want to have to be that active and like trying so hard to learn new things and stretching the limits of my mind. I kind of just want... Oh, shit, Mikey. And I just kind of want to play, you know? It's one game you would never play. Oh, I can answer that question. That's easy. FPS games. I just don't like them. Halo is the one exception, because Halo has some real moments that are, like, impactful. But basically, FPS games are not my thing. No very particular reason why. They're just not my thing. Like, that's it. FPS games are... I don't like the way that they play. I don't like the skill of actually playing an FPS game. Is not for me. Well, my healer just... Okay, so he's going to Spirit Link this one. That's okay. I'm not going to get hit by that. Hold up. Wait, we just had a death on the first pull, so now we're going to be kind of locked in. Arson is going to use the defensive. He Rally Cries. I'm going to Vortex now. And then Typhoon the next hit. And then I'm going to Bark Skin myself. I'm going to kick on the healer here. Ooh. So this is an example. You know how healers have kicks right now? It doesn't make a difference, does it? I think that kicks are heavily misunderstood in Mythic Plus. At a higher level, you're like, yeah, but the thing is, without Omni cooldown, how are we ever going to coordinate kicks in a key? It's like, dude, we don't coordinate kicks in a key with Omni cooldown. Why would that change? And I'm being honest here. We have Omni cooldown, and we don't coordinate kicks and pugs right now. So if they design the game to not require it, that'd just be a better game. Because we don't even coordinate it right now to begin with. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? Okay, hopefully the DK knows to grip that Houndmaster, because otherwise we're going to be in trouble on this bull. It's a bad pat. I never depend on my team. Nice job, DK. I never depend on my team to be kicking if I have a kick up. I kind of always make a decision, like in the middle, to just say, okay, now I'm going to do this, now I'm going to do that, etc. I will say that the kicks are owning us this key, though. There's only 2 kicks in this pack. But there, for example, we had kicks up. I do use the information, but I don't really... So he has Spell Reflect, so I'm not going to kick that. I track things like Spell Reflect. I do track things like Spell Reflect. Once this Obliterator is down, we're going to grab these. We can still time this, but it's not super clean at the moment. 3 deaths at the beginning of an 18 hauls is not exactly what you want to see. Make sure I have here, though. Bark skin. Boom, 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 boom. Ayo, Apex talents were kind of announced for Guardian and stuff. They are... I read the changes and I was like, it's not what I thought they were going to be. But ultimately, I think that we have to... I want to make a video soon. And I just want to be like, yo, guys, we're all going to be okay. WoW is going to be just fine. I really want to make that video soon. Might be one of the next videos. So we're going to review the tier list today. That's definitely one of the things we're doing today. I think that'll be like giga fun. But we have to understand that like game design is very impactful, yeah? Without touching the raid ever. Congratulations. I'm still 725. I got to upgrade this neck and then the belt one. And I'll be 728 as well. Zan, you want to do any keys today? You interested in doing any keys today, potentially? Also, this has all been one giant chain pull. So if you look at the DPS meters, we have not left combat a single time. So good for me. Because I'm going to check where this pad is. It's actually good pad right now. We haven't left combat a single time. If everybody's really fast, we can skip that pad. Come, 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 come. They're not fast enough. They might pull it behind me. Let's see if we can get it. This is a big pull. We have a DK to grip. Beautiful. Kick the bolts. CC the things. Nice, nice, nice. I do want this one in here. Then we just go over here like this. I Vortex Typhoon. Wild charge back. Easy money. Vortex Typhoon. Perfect. Kick the bolter. Beautiful. On the shout. In cap roar. So nothing overlaps. Nice. Beautiful. Lunar beams up. Whee! About to have some very late lunch. Been grinding pretty hard. Nice. The crest grind is... Actually, it was very smooth yesterday. I got to play with Ivy and a few friends, and I found it to be very smooth. I kind of wanted to do maybe some like push keys today, like this one. I do technically need a few more crests, but it's not the end of the world whether I do or do not get them. Because I can still do keys now without them, you know? Okay, this one's fine. We've had a few little mistakes, but like I said, our damage is more than high enough to time this on 18. Arson's pumping, by the way. I got a warrior. We have like a melee comp, technically. And Arson is the one that's actually owning the meters now. So we do double guard here. I'm going to get knocked back one more time. I'm just going to watch out for that. You're at 1,500 total crests. That seems like a lot. Watch this. He did have Spell Reflect up. I feel bad. I have Vortex. Typhoon them. Nice. See that Sigil of Chains? Guardian Druid utility. Now to wait till next week. All caught up. What are you missing? I'm assuming you have a few heroic pieces you can't replace, yeah? I have to wait till one more craft next week as well. I'll have the neck craft next week, but I don't have it this week. Boom, 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 boom. As you can see, this feels pretty chill to tank. I'm not really in any danger here. Okay, so we're going to pull. This is the route. We go in here, and we can grab just this hound. Just this dude. So we want to pull this back. My bark skin so I don't die. Good. And then we're all going to have to move from this corner, and we're all going to be okay. Beautiful. Our timer is fine. We're still, like, way ahead on timer because turbo boost. Need a mythic weapon. Can you not... Oh, I guess you have single... You have two one-handers, right? Or two two-handers. So you can't really get it from dinars. I see. I was really happy and kind of thankful that I had the ability to get dinar weapon on my Guardian Druid, because I didn't have a mythic weapon, and I could get the one I needed with a cantrip effect, which was very nice for me. I'm going to pull this for a funnel on this guy, actually. This will be funnel for the shard, because it'll be most optimal to do it this way. I want to save Incarn for boss now. Perfect. Let's start dragging him a little bit as well. This is not like a big cooldown moment, but start dragging him back. All vortex. There we go. And then what I want to do here is I want these ones now. We'll go over, get ready to do boss. We're going to pull that Houndmaster that's padding. This is the route here. The Super Ultra Giga routes, where you need to kill this dude before the boss actually spawns. So during RP, skull, and then our timer is going to be okay. A little bit tighter than it should be, but it's okay. Yeah, and then the rest of this is kind of funnel on boss. We have a DK to grip that in a little bit. And I just have to make sure that these guys, these little ones, they cannot, under any circumstances, go pull the side. Okay, I'll kick this. Okay. Kill skull first, and then we go boss. The rest of this is funnel. If we could single target, that'd be, like, really good. Okay, I'll vortex here. That guy, that dude, that one dude. Pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. Oh, come on, man. Come on. That's rough. That's rough. It's okay. It's easy. We had, like, a lot of options to CC. I can't pull boss. Can't go boss. Is the shaman not playing root totem, I guess? That's okay. We had a lot of options there. Cap totem, knock up everything. No problem, no problem. This is going to be quite a time loss because we should be on boss right now and we just lost all our funnel for boss. And we had to pop cooldowns here. Okay, let me just debate on how I'm going to save time. There's not much I can do. No problem. Hey, Zan, what's your favorite drink? You have one? You have a favorite drink? I can just plant these here. Dude, that was rough. No. So the reason that one happened there, Falcon, is because my team was not... I was, like, watching it happen. I had Vortex for almost all of them, but we had a bunch of options there, and we just weren't paying attention. It was a little bit of just a zone-out moment. We can still time this, but it's definitely a time loss. Ginger beer. Really? Ginger beer, huh? Loads of drinks you haven't tried. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had ginger beer. So, like, that one just now, that was not an intentional pull. We were supposed to go boss. We lost about 45 seconds, though. No problem. Just in general. I pull one slasher. Since the percentage changes, I pull one slasher now. Just one. It's with the middle pull because it gives a priority target, and that pull is not as deadly with the changes they made halfway through the season. We're fine right there. There's a little bit of an edge to move. Like 2 weeks ago, no slashers. My route early in the season had a lot of slashers, but then when they nerfed Halls of Atonement, it really wasn't that bad. When they nerfed this dungeon, the DK, by the way, in this key, he's really good. DK's on top of it. Warriors had some good reflex. My healer is a little bit... He's quite lagging behind, but it's okay. We can still get this. I cannot incarn here. I want to pull him over here now. We have room to run around the boss. Nice. Tank, what's my favorite food? Favorite food or favorite drink? Different question. Favorite food? Sushi. I like seafood. Sushi. Favorite drink? Thai tea. Thai tea is just unbelievably bis. You know what I mean? Thai tea is so good, though. Argus. What's up, Argus? Thank you for the sub. Oh, Argus. I'm definitely, by the way, playing Preservation Evoker as soon as I finish. Like, it's going to be my last ult for this season, I've decided, is going to be Prez. Yeah, it's definitely going to be kind of my last sort of ult for this season. I won't be able to gear, I think, many more characters to play, but after I'm done with Druid on the turbo boost and kind of pushing. Yeah, I know. I don't know about the Prez. Everyone's talking about Resto Shaman because everybody understands the Resto Shaman changes. But the Preservation Evoker changes are... They're rough, dude. I don't like them. I think that Prez got more nuked than Resto Shaman. As crazy as it sounds, I fundamentally believe that, like, Prez is the healer that actually just got nuked the most. Alright, we can still get this. I would lust this pull. So what we don't need is we don't need the 2 casters to the side. And that pat's pretty bad on the spiders. Okay. It depends how much I trust my healer, but I might just let this reset. I think I'm going to let this reset because it looks like our stacks are kind of high. So 3, 2, 1. Now I pull these. This won't be the cleanest hauls, but we absolutely have the damage for this. I do still think I need... I'm fine on these strikes. Next one I have SI. He sends Spirit Link a little early. We CC this now as much as possible. Hey, Rag. You ever been to Thailand, Rag? I'm going to send my SI here on this double Mortal Strike. And then I'll send Bark if I need to. That's why he sent the Spirit Link early. You can tell when a healer is comfortable in a key kind of based off of their damage. So if he's like really scared the whole key, then he won't be casting as many damage globals. One more Mortal Strike. Watch the kicks. We have had a few deaths to kick, so I'll save my Vortex till the end. This is all the percentage we need. We get to second boss with 15 minutes, no lust. We'll see if we get a good pat. He has no spell reflect. I incap. Vortex in like 3, 2, 1. I don't incarn this. I kick that one. Okay, we need to use our CCs here. Do you like any scare? Oh, that's a good question. I'm not really a scary gamer. I don't like horror. I don't like horror at all. Okay, where's the pat now? Help. Good. I can wild charge something too to immobilize it, like this one. Underrated Druid utility. He just pat. Oh, that's going to be rough. I think we're going to have to wait for it because he's going to come back right now. He's going to come back. Have to wait. Yep, have to wait. Timer is okay. Scary. Halloween. I love Halloween. Halloween is like my favorite, genuinely like my favorite holiday. But unfortunately, I move houses. On October 30th. I move houses, so I don't think I'll be able to stream on Halloween. I move the day before Halloween. I'll see if I get everything set up. I'd love to. Because I like the idea of a Halloween stream. That sounds like fun. Because of candy, I like both. Have you ever seen any of my cosplay work? So I used to work as a cosplayer. Like, actually. I got paid for it. And... it was really cool, but it was also just something I was passionate about. Because obviously, like, I'm a massive weeb and stuff. So cosplaying is something, like, really special to my heart. I love the idea of being able to cosplay. Yeah. You know what I was recently re-watching? Okay, so the healer's going to need to be on top of it here. I still think we have enough damage to time this. I think we're going to be okay. We can stay here for a little longer. Video did about the Druid with ears on? Oh, really? Okay, hold up. Can you do exclamation Discord? I can't show you right now because I'm in the middle of an 18 holes. As long as we get through this boss cleanly, I'm pretty sure we can time this. One more in this area. If you go look at cool cosplay stuff, there's just a section of Discord. It's called Cool Cosplay Stuff. It's right in there. Vortex Typhoon these together. Look at that. Sigil of Chains. There you go. Okay, watch defensive usage. I in-cap roar that. Perfect. This is really so. Get in there. Get in, get in, get in. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. So I don't know how to make cosplay. My main problem is that I don't actually know how to make cosplay. I had to have other people make cosplay. Yeah, I have the facial hair too. I want to be Anduin from the War Within cinematic. Which, look, I know that people didn't like, but I kind of like, I love that cinematic. Hold up, Muzz happily put the fox ears on, but let me use all my CC available here because I think, based on how this key has been going, I feel like there's a very high chance we could die to these casts. Yo, press Spirit Link or something. Good. No! You see? He had Earth Ellie. That's okay. That's just one death. We still have time. No judgment, because 18 halls is not an easy key to heal. I like cinematics with emotion. I have to save my end card now. I like cinematics with emotion. This last cinematic, for example, had a little bit of epicness, but I'm not going to lie, didn't really have a lot of emotion. I didn't feel anything from it. It felt like a cheap imitation of emotion. Do you know what I mean? You know, you kind of get what I mean by that? Like, it kind of felt like they were trying to put emotion in it, and they kind of failed. Yo, 11 minutes here is fine. Timer's... It's not ideal, but it's okay. Do you know what I mean? Okay, healer's just going to have to watch him, because he's not going to press a big defensive. Like this last one with the Sunwell and Lady Leadrin. It didn't have that, like, whoa factor. Okay, I'm just going right away. I'm not messing around. We could still time this, but we're pushing against the timer here. So let me make sure I'm full health before this Mortal Strike hits. Do you work out? I'd like to think that I work out. If you I'm not gonna lie. If you have to ask me that question, maybe the answer is no. It's okay. It's all good. It's all good. You do the paint. I'm just the canvas. Yeah, I'm just the canvas. So I don't know how to do any. I don't have any makeup skills. So when you look at the body paint stuff in the Discord, I was just a model for it. But there's some of the coolest. What's my split? I work in health and fitness. My split is that I kind of oftentimes just sort of do the workout that my clients do, and then I do what I can do when I can. I've just been doing health and fitness for so long that I kind of can't fail at it, because the one underrated thing for health and fitness is how long you've been doing it. I was really overweight as a kid and not the most attractive child. So I had a lot of motivation when I was a teenager to take my health more seriously. I was also sick and I didn't know. I had a lot of chronic illness and I didn't really know that I had chronic illness. So I had a lot of motivation to like take my health very seriously. And I think that that made like a huge difference for me. Because I'm not the most disciplined person you've ever met in your life. CC this. Kick the bolt, kick the bolt, kick the bolt. I incarn, kick this bolt. Good. Yeah, like, I'm not exactly the most disciplined person you've ever met in your life. I kick that one. I'm really not. But I kind of have to be fit, because if I don't, then my shoulder will dislocate and, like, fall off. It'll be like a chicken wing. It'll, like, fall off the bone, tender. It's not good. Okay, that bolt's going to go on me, but I have Incarn and Lunar. Perfect. Okay. Alright, casts are done. Thank you. I'm going to SI here. Okay, good. Now, looking at our timer, what do you think about this key right now? Depends how well we do the mini-boss, I think. Well, here's the thing, man. When you have health issues like I had, they're not ignorable. You can't ignore them. They're not the type of health issues that you can be like, oh, we're just going to put this off dealing until later. It's like, no, like, I can't walk. Or it's like, I can't eat. It's like, well, I got to do something. But the thing is, when you have health issues like this, it's not really a choice to try to feel better, because, like, what's your other option? Like, if you have chronic illness, like, what? You have to think about this. What's your other option? You're just going to give up? But, like, you know what giving up means is, like, you don't get to live. Like, that's not an option. So it's... A lot of people, when they hear about what I went through as a kid, I often get, like, wow, you were so brave, or you were so courageous. And I'm like, no, I was terrified. I was just scared, man. Like, I was just a scared kid. I used fear to motivate me because I didn't want to die. Like, that's the only choice that I had to make when I was a kid, basically, Argus. Like, to be real with you for a second, the only choice I had to make when I was younger was, do I want to live? And if so, well, I have to figure this out. And I don't want to live like this. So I have to find a way. And that's just been the theme of my life. Whenever I encounter adversity or whatever happens to me, I'm just like, okay, so if want to play game of life, have to figure this out. Cannot ignore, cannot procrastinate. That's why I procrastinate everything else. Okay, 7 minutes, but we have lost for mini boss. I think we can do it. No, or it's under 7. He's still at 20%. This is getting real tight, man. This is getting way tighter than I want it to be right now. I think if we can somehow nuke the mini, we'll be alright, though. Yeah, just have good genetics. Easy. I'm going to send everything I can for damage on this boss, because he's going to slow down a lot right now. Okay. Do you think we lost the mini? How long do you need to last boss with our comp? 4 minutes? Mini has to die in 2 minutes. That's doable. You can do that. You can do mini in 2 minutes with lust. You like 2 phases? Okay. You lust the damage amp. We have fair burst. I just don't think we have. We have a warrior, but he's we have a small mortal strike effect, but yeah, I'm looking at that right now. It's a really silly, it's like the not CCing the one dude earlier cost a lot of time. We're gonna try, let's see. Okay, go. I'm gonna tank him here for funnel, because we do have funnel. You gotta lust this, and we have to figure out to see if we can, if we could burn this, we have time easy. But, like, use the damage amp. People, yeah, like, everybody, you can see everybody's holding, they're setting up right now, it's perfect. Lust right now. Lust right now. This is the damage amp right here. Healer, don't let people die. We just have to do bigger damage. That's it. That's all we have to do is bigger damage. We do have a lot of damage in a lust window like this. I'm sitting here. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be nearly enough. Arson blasted, man. My lock blasted, but it's not going to be quite enough. We have to kill him in this phase. Okay. It's not impossible. I have Vortex here so that my range can stand if they know. This is the next amp right here. I'm going to give my melee some room to kind of... I'm going to roar. If we have no deaths here... This is... Yeah, hold on, wait. Maybe right here. Oh yeah, Arson's awesome. He's badass. I'll always take him. If he applies to my key, I take him. Oh, it's 5%. Oh, those min-max globals. Okay. We're pushing the timer, but that's the last one. I still think we can do this. No deaths. People, watch out. Okay, we can do this. We got this. 4 minutes, last boss. Go. We have a little bit of funnel. Go. I have no roar. Go. Faster. 4 minutes. We can do it. 4 minutes. You can do this. You can do this in 4 minutes. I pull boss right now. Yeah, Arson's he's awesome. I've played with him a lot before. Actually, a lot of my push keys in the season end up getting timed with him. He basically never misses. There's something, because Arson, if you guys don't know him, he's an Affliction Warlock, and he only plays Afflock. Imagine you have a main spec in World of Warcraft that you love, and it's Affliction Warlock. That's tough. Like, that's not easy, you know? I can take this. We can win. I would not give up. It's going to be tight, but I think we can win. It'll be within 10 seconds if we do win. I'm going to trust in the turbo boosted damage. I'm not going to soak this one. We're going to have to greed damage a little bit. Every global counts. I get 1 more incarn. He gets 2 more uses of breath. So that's perfect. And nobody can die to obviously the phase here. But if no sillies, I think we got this though. What's up, Pricker? Let's see if we can get this. I got the Mythic weapon from Turbo Boost. Alright, there you go. Good rally, good rally. Whoa, wow, we took no damage there. Okay, I'm getting these. Beautiful. I'm going to soak the one after with Bark Skin and Rage. So I can do a few more damage globals. It doesn't really scratch me that much. I could probably soak all of them, but on 18, I want to respect it. Okay, Frosty K presses right now. He'll get 1 more press at the end. So Frosty K presses right now. Arson presses. He gets 1 more cooldown press. Warrior presses right now as well. Do you guys think we get this? This one's tight. This is real tight right here. 45%, 2 minutes. We get 1. If no death, we get 1 press of cooldowns in the last 10 seconds of the key. Nail biter. Nail biter. Okay, I'm going to roar. A little bit extra min-max. Don't get hit. I have to greed a little bit. You have to greed this slightly. Yep, make sure we don't die. Perfect. Oh, no, no, no. The healer. No. We had it. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, the healer wasn't quite prepared for this. You can see. It's okay. It's okay. It happens. We had it too. GG's. GG's. No worries. Yeah, you gotta save. You gotta save earlier as well. Have to save. Can't oversend early. I know. So here. Can I explain for next time? That's so sad. There's everything there was very avoidable. That's tough. It's okay. No problem. No, I'm asking again, how do you feel about removing kicks from every healer? It's good. They should remove kicks from every healer. Because healers, as you can see in most keys, they already have so much going on. Yeah, you cast a single chain lightning there. I'd like to. For Cress, yeah. I don't need this on 17. It's okay. I'd love to complete this for Cress, actually, because I do need some Cress. Oh. Tough key. All good. Not a problem. Second, yeah. So basically what happens is I think they should absolutely do it because healers, you take away as much. I think everybody poured it out. Already capped. Okay. So in future, hold up. Let me just see if I can get him on. Yeah, it's all good. All good. Healer was not. All good. Happens. No worries. Jeez. Nice AF pump. All good. Okay. Let me just see if I can. I'd love to offer a little bit of advice because I was an 18 and he's clearly trying to push. If I can. Because as a Resto Shaman, right? So as a Resto Shaman, when people say they have no defensives, this is a classic DP. This is a classic DPS take actually. So when people say I have no defensive, it actually means that you sent it early because you have plenty of defenses. You just need to know that things one tap you at a certain key level. So like a hunter will be like, oh, I don't have a defensive. That's because they pressed all their buttons way too early. So the misunderstanding is that for an 18 halls, you don't press defensives on the boss AoE. You only press when the statues come in twice. There's two. You only need 2 defensives that whole fight. You don't actually press it when the beam is doing damage, because that beam doesn't do that much damage. Also, if you are a squishy class, you don't have to soak the beam, because you can just have me, DK, and like a warrior soak it. So you don't actually need to soak it. Right, exactly. The last boss is super easy when you understand that you just, one of them is Astral Shift, and one of them is Stone Bulwark plus Earth Ellie. That's all you need to do. And then you would never die as a shaman, because you have plenty of but you cannot press a Stone Bulwark on the actual beam, because then you die. Exactly. So, and also, again, the explosion, it's the statues going out that kill you. It's not, you know, yeah, I would love it heals, Drabs. I need bear back. I can do more if you want. Sure. Drabs, what do you have right now? Exactly. The beam is not, you don't defensive the beam. You defensive the statues going out. The second boss as well, you have to have a button. So what happened on the second boss was that he had sent, we can just do whatever, I don't mind. So he sent the Astral Shift and Stone Bulwark, but he had Earth Ellie up. Earth Ellie would have saved him, because you have to have a defensive when you get the circle. It's a bit of RNG, but if you don't have a defensive for that, you will die. So a lot of the deaths were very avoidable, but the biggest time loss we would have wiped anyways at the end. Biggest time loss was the pull right before first boss. There was one dude running. I had Vortex down, but we had Cap Totem, Thunderstorm, Root Totem, etc., etc. We had a lot of options there, though. You know? He said his gear was broken. That makes sense. But also, another weird thing about Resto Shaman right now, is Chain Lightning single target does more damage than a Lava Burst if you have Ancestors out. I also don't think... So he's casting a Lightning Bolt, which is weird. Stream by chance? Yeah, that's a weird one. Drabs, you know that, yeah? Okay, so yeah, as a fun fact for Resto Shaman is if you have Ancestors out, Chain Lightning currently does more than Lightning Bolt and also Lava Burst. So for the future, you want to, if possible, if you're trying to like do damage as a Resto Shaman, you want to just be Chain Lightning. It's the crit. It's a very small min-max. Lava Burst, Chain Lightning, single target is fine, but Lightning Bolt is actually not. It has the interaction with the Ancestors. You can fact check me on it, but I'm pretty sure that the right thing to do as a Resto Shaman, if you have both Ancestors out, is Chain Lightning. Somebody can fact check me on this, but it's a weird interaction with Ancestors. Yeah, that actually the pull after, right before first boss, I was about to go in and that one dude went away. Yeah, it's such a small overkill, but it does effectively one-shot at certain key levels. And stand close to weave. And yeah. You can also, if you really want to min-max, what you do is you stand as a healer. You stand in melee for sure. And you can auto-attack swing. No, that doesn't matter. But on my Resto Shaman, I just Chain Lightning when you have Ancestors out. And Drabs, your Resto Shaman does like 1.3, 1.5 mil overall in a key. It does start to matter at some point. I feel like them removing kick from healer is overall a good decision. I do wonder about them leaving it for Resto Shaman, though. I feel like if they're going to remove kicks, they should just remove it entirely. What does Arson have? Want to do... So we didn't finish this key, unfortunate. 17 holes back up, or... I got a healer coming who has 17 eco. You care? And kick is a healer. Yeah, but I also think they should just design the game so that healers don't have to kick. It's no problem. We'll get this key again. I'm not concerned at all. But I do think that understanding the last boss, because I see as a healer myself, like what I see a lot of people do is they'll just full send their defensives like after the statues or like on the beam. And it's like, oof, there's only 2. Every class can live this, but you have to know to save a defensive. And remember that Earth Ellie is also a defensive. Big learning curve. Yeah, but I think that's good. I think the game could use a bit of freshness, you know? All good. I have myself been a victim of the broken gear before. No problem. Ooh, I forgot I have Thai tea in the fridge. All right, I think I'll queue my halls back up probably because I do kind of want to push a little bit today. Do. Do. Hey, what's up, Drabs? You need Dawnbreaker still for your 17, Brazil? Okay. My bear feels pretty decent. I want to test not playing with Brand and playing with Antenna, but I can't test it yet. Quagmire. Does anybody want to come to 17 halls? It's Brazil. Next expansion. I want to make a video soon, I'm not going to lie. Also, I want to review my own tier list. That's on the agenda for today. I want to review my own tier list too. But yeah, I forgot. I really want alpha. I didn't quite get alpha. Oh, that's what I have to do today. I forgot. Use a 17 halls. All right, Gio, now what do you play? As long as you don't class stack like you're not a boomy or something. When do you play, Gio? Frosty K? I bet. Come. Should be pretty chill. Like, are you reasonably geared? And like kind of qualified. If you apply, oh yeah, you're fine. Okay. Sometimes, Gio, occasionally I'll ask a question like that, and somebody will be like, "Oh yeah, can I come?" I'll be like, "Sure," and then they apply, and they're like, 701 item level, 2700 IO, and I'm like, ooh, you know. Geonad, yeah, I got you. You're fine. Again, just a little bit. All right, let me leave the dungeon. I don't think you can carry people into 17 halls, but it's definitely a little easier than it was before. He wasn't healing me that key, right? Good. Just solo the boss. I bet you it would take me forever, but I bet you I could. No reason I couldn't solo the boss. Silky Slice, we're NA ping. He's 720. I mean, he'd be fine. Whoa. Hold up. What is Warband Mythic Plus score? What the hell? Wait, what is Warbound Mythic Plus score? What? Since when? What does that mean? What does this mean? I don't understand. There's a Warbound Mythic Plus score? What? Is it the achievement thing? What achievement thing? Wait. There's another person who has it. What is Warband Mythic Plus score? What? Huh? Am I good? Like triple threat. I don't think I ever actually got this. Wait. Bro. What is this? Wait. How do I not have this? Wait. Wait. Wait a second. Wait. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. I was really confused there for a second. I was like, wait a second. Yeah. It does hurt, man. That's why people ask me, why don't you play Fellowship? And the truth is, because I kind of just don't want to think right now. Like, I want to play a cozy game. This is my cozy. WoW is my cozy game. You know? WoW is my cozy game, man. I think I want another sip of the Thai tea I have in my fridge. I should never have gotten that Thai tea. Blaster, Giga Chad, Ret Pally, Sword Him from Moonguard. Interesting. Or this warrior, who's a main tank. Warrior or Red Pally? I think a Havoc would be good too. Is it the caffeine? Why I want it? I tried to stop caffeine, and then I realized that for the next week, I should just take care of myself. Like, this is not the week to make changes in my life. Yeah, that's why. Just the caffeine. Oh, we have everything we need here. Warrior sign. Whoops. Let me go get a sip. It's 1:30 p.m. Here, wait. I forgot. I'm going to be better about Twitch things today. So I'm going to intentionally run this quick stand-up break real quick. So I'm going to intentionally run this so that we don't get any ads in the middle of the key. There's going to be an ad right now, and then I'll be right back. Good. Sorry. Oh, I didn't reset. I'm so sorry. My bad. There you go. Onwards and upwards. Let's do a holes. Perfect. Okay. I think I'm getting better at this streaming thing. Which is good. Because I wasn't very good at it. Alright, let's go. You know, this key just does not threaten me. I bet you I could play without rage if I wanted. If I wanted to go FC, I could. But I don't think I care enough right now, though. Cough drop time. Ah. The thing with caffeine for me is it always gets me from like a what's it called perspective. It gets me on the salt. It dehydrates me too much as a diuretic. But specifically coffee. Tea seems to be fine. Coffee though, not so much. I don't know why. Coffee gets me. Like it makes I like crash too hard. You're a medical person, so I feel like you understand that, right, Purple? It makes me crash. So if caffeine is helping me be productive, I'm like, oh, okay, great. But the problem with caffeine is it makes me crash. Like I'll feel like I want to take a nap. So I get like hyper manic with coffee, and then I'm just like, take a nap. Alright, let's run this 17 holes back up and see what we get from here. Guardian Druid damage. I know we just haven't adjusted to the new turbo boost item level, but I feel like my damage is really solid right now. I feel a lot happier with my damage than I used to. So, I have that with energy drinks. So, the last time I had an energy drink, my hands started shaking. Like literally, I was like vibrating. It was no good. I don't know why. I'm just very sensitive to caffeine and energy drinks in particular. I can't. Seriously, I had an energy drink like I remember, and I felt terrible. Like it's just the problem is it didn't give me energy. My tier set. My tier set. Oh, proc. Yes. Ooh, did you see that last second refresh on the tier set? That was amazing. Does Druid scale good with gear? Ah, good one. Good one. Given how much I like bob my leg, I think a lot of people would assume that I like vibrating more than I actually do. But in general, for me, it's sensory overload. So, you know. Druid scales with proper stats on gear. I think Druid, almost of all tanks, actually doesn't really care what stats are on gear. Like, Druid benefits... Like, there are some tanks, like a Demon Hunter, that really doesn't like Mastery. There are tanks like Prot Pally, who specifically want certain breakpoints with their spell block, with enough haste value to have cooldown timings. There are tanks like Brewmaster that specifically want crit, verse, or in specific circumstances, Mastery, depending on the damage type. There are tanks like Blood DK, which depending on how you want to play Blood DK, what level you want to play Blood DK, have different values. So there are some tanks that have like complicated relationship with stats. Guardian Druid just kind of goes burr. Like, honestly, you could play a higher Mastery build, you'd be fine. You could play a higher crit build, you'd be fine. You could play a higher this build, you'd be fine. Higher verse, you're good. As long as you have adequate haste on Guardian, you're pretty chillin'. I think that's actually one of the cool things about Guardian. I don't know why I use Vortex there. In my opinion, people who over-obsess about stats on a Guardian tend to lose the plot. Oftentimes just straight up do less damage. Yeah, you can do high keys with Druid of the Claw. I know, there's a few people who casually enjoy Druid of the Claw, but there's also, like, Gnome Render. He does, I think he did 19's pre-turbo boost. He's kind of a well-known Guardian, though. What's the story with Legion Remix? Mostly that it's fun, and some people just enjoy it. There's no real reason that you have to or have to not play Remix. It is a way to level characters, if you care about that. But it's not like it's required. It's also, I think that the thing with gamers that a lot of people don't realize, oftentimes gamers just kind of need something new. Like, the thing that gamers really care about is just having new content. Doesn't even have to be the best content, it's just gamers want to do new things. Is Idle? Idle is... Yeah, Idle's fine. It competes... Whoa, something... Oh, that one groundskeeper pulled that extra thing. Okay, that's fine. It's basically for team log. Yeah. Zoe is correct. Hold up. We're going to have to focus a little bit, because I'm going to send my SI here. We had an extra thing butt pull a little bit, because those guys behind me didn't die on time. Yeah, watch defensives. Good job healing this. These guys are in rage, so there's a lot of them in this pull. I'm going to live this, actually. Lunar Beam, charge back. We're just not going to have this for funnel on boss, that means. I'm going to go kick this. Guardian Druid, Giga Tank. Guardian Druid, Giga Tank. I think it depends on how you like to enjoy the game. That's ultimately the truth of it, is whether or not... If it's something you'll enjoy, like a lot of people have been having a really good time on it, I can tell you that personally, it's not for me. I have to kite this out now. Ooh, that got a little scary there at the end. All good. Never doubted. Whoa, the other cast went off again. Yeah, running away. Ah, running away. Ooh. Ooh. I'm getting ping-ponged around a little bit. There are many ways to play World of Warcraft. All of them are correct. It's one of the coolest things about this game in particular. Like, the coolest thing about WoW, but also the hardest thing about WoW, right? Is the fact that there are so many ways to play, and they are all correct. None of them are wrong. But that also gets complicated, because it's hard for them to balance the game. There are some people who just do pet battles. Nothing wrong with that. There are some people who just do whatever, you know? Feels way tankier. So, Prot Warrior is currently tankier a little bit than Guardian, but the problem with Guardian is not its tankiness. There's a chance you're playing Prot Warrior a little bit wrong, but also remember that you can't be proficient, like perfect, with every tank. Almost no one is. Even top level players have preferences on what tanks that they actually like playing. So even if Brewmaster is meta, not everyone can play Brewmaster Scatter because Brewmaster is hard to play. That's not an easy tank to play, you know? Oh, sorry, Scatter, I just saw your comments on YouTube. Thanks for coming over here. I am pretty bad sometimes at responding to YouTube comments. Grip, 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 boom, boom. Yeah, so the way to gather, they're very different tanks on gather, but ultimately their rotation is pretty similar right now. If I play my warrior today, I'll show you. The key for warrior gather is go slow. The key for guardian gather is go fast. They're opposite. So as a warrior, you actually want to go nice and slow. So you go pack, thunderclap, maybe get a revenge or something, but basically you're not really pressing revenge much. It's just to get a little bit of threat as you're moving through. But effectively, you have to actually get Thunderclap ticking on things in order to succeed as a warrior on threat. And you want to go a little slower, though. Yeah, I mean, Blood Decay... I think the Blood Decay changes are pretty positive. I do not like their reliance on using Dancing Rune Weapon as a way to measure Blood Decay, though. That feels annoying. Like, why does Dancing Rune Weapon have to be the central part of Blood Decay? I don't like that. It's RNG. Tanks should not be RNG. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty hyped for the Guardian Druid changes, too. I think the Guardian Druid changes are pretty solid overall. Okay, don't do damage just yet. No one pop cooldowns. This is on boss. I can just plant here as a Guardian. That cast does go off. Spell Reflect. Well, I didn't kick because Spell Reflect. I thought he would want to Spell Reflect that. Good move. Since I've been playing with more warriors, I've been trying to be so respectful of their reflex, dude. I've been trying to be, like, uber respectful of their spell reflex. Morning, Keg. How would be? How's it going? So we have more funnel to the left. One charge you get from it makes keeping aggro. I think Cartman, as key levels get higher, sometimes your DPS like to zug-zug, but also as key levels get higher, your DPS do more damage. And Blood Decay has those setup globals, because as key levels get higher, Blood Decay has to worry about living the Gatherer a little bit more. So I like the changes they made for it, because I think they were they were spot on the money, you know? I think they were right to make the changes they did to it, because it was really hurting a lot of Blood Decays trying to progress, and also damaging the reputation of Blood Decay. I think an underrated part of playing a tank is the reputation of that tank kind of matters, you know? Does Rushing Jade Wind is technically an aggro button, but it's not a very large aggro button. So it won't, like, keep threat off of a Dev Evoker or, like, a warrior who bursts really hard. It is what you're supposed to have up as you walk through packs, but it's not, like, the most giga... It doesn't do a lot of damage, purple. Doesn't do enough damage, you know? Not about my shoulder. Okay. Yo, Keg, yeah. Also, Keg, you know, one of the things I want to... So, the reason I really need a consult with you in particular is you might just need knowledge. Like, training's cool, but I don't know... I need to see where you're at. You might just need knowledge. Like, there's a lot of information that you might... I don't know. I'll have to see kind of... and figure out exactly what you need, but there's most likely a few, like, training techniques I want to give you, but obviously your shoulder has to heal first. It's mostly just, like, there are so many random things about nutrition that people don't really understand, just in general. There's a very... Listen, I don't want to call myself out, but I just realized something. There's a really significant chance... Don't judge me. I'm chilling. It's a 17. There's a very significant chance that I did not buff the group this whole time. I don't want to say 100% chance, but there is a very strong chance that no one has had Mark of the Wild this entire key thus far. They have it now, which is good, right? Because now they have it, so no problem. But earlier, pretty significant chance that... I want to say, like I said, I don't want to say 100% chance, but... it's a relatively significant... It's there's at least a strong likelihood. Yeah, well, I would say, 33.3% repeating minimum. Also maximum, though. Just pop the SI here. This one can chain. Not like it's not like a guarantee chance or anything. How you doing, Dal? Did you read our Guardian Druid Apex talents? He doesn't have Spell Reflect, I kick. I love Vortex now. But yeah, like, a lot of times with, nutrition, there's just a lot of tips and tricks. So, like, I think a lot of people, they try to play it perfectly, Keg. And so they look for this sort of perfection or optimization. But it's much like World of Warcraft, where there's nothing wrong with wanting to optimize. But the truth of the matter is that at the end of the day, if you get the basics right, you'll make a lot of progress. And it's kind of like people who are like, yo, if I had 5% more crit instead of 5% mastery, I would do a bunch more damage on my Guardian Druid. It might be a subtle, very subtle optimization, but most likely that isn't going to carry your damage. You know what I mean? There's a lot of little things that impact it a lot more, that would make a more significant difference. Does that make sense? So when it comes to nutrition, it's kind of the same thing. A lot of times people are focusing on the 1 to 2% optimizations instead of just the general concepts, which account for 80% of your results. And focusing on those big ones is going to make such a big difference. I want to Vortex Typhoon the next set, not the first one. Nice healing. Let's group these right on the side here. What's up, Guts? How's it going? How are you? Guts, what's your favorite drink? Talk to industry. So like that, so you work in the medical industry, Purple. I have only respect for anyone who is able to go through med school and become a registered anything, because that requires an insane amount. It tests your discipline oftentimes more than it tests your intellect. Like, wow. Seems like, I think about the workload and I'm like, yeah, I never want to do that. So again, massive respect to anyone who managed to put themselves through that and stuck with it. It is a testament to people's dedication and just straight up endurance, However, I think one of the biggest problems is that there's absolutely a ton of people who studied a while ago. The information they studied was the best that we had access to at the time, or not. And they have not revised that information because, well, it works most of the time. And obviously, nutrition is a very evolving field, so we learn more all the time. And I think that, whoopsie, I got you. And I think that it's a particular sore spot because a lot of people are still beholden to beliefs that have been just relatively disproven, or rather, if anything, I might even say have beliefs that were never proven, but at least populated as an idea. Like anyone, for example, who says specifically, well, this thing is very bad for you, or you have to eat a certain way, is just functionally incorrect. Because there's way too much supporting evidence to say that we know exactly what's the best thing for us, nutritionally speaking. We literally don't. And if you think you do, I highly encourage you to travel. If you're like, no, but the carnivore diet's okay, but the vegan diet, but it's like, who are you? What's your lifestyle? What are your genetics? What's your previous history? Do you have any medical things? What's going on with your life? what's your activity levels? Like, what else is, like, it's a conversation, never a certified, we know exactly what we should do. It's never like that, you know? Right. Well, not always bad, because look at the Hulk. Well, noob, look at the Hulk. And also, didn't you ever watch Zoom? You never watched Zoom growing up? With, what's his name, Woody Allen? Right, well, like, so, I mean, I just, had a new, I'm about to start working with a new client, and I was talking to them about their nutrition, and one of the things that they mentioned to me, and I was asking, it's like, well, ideally, if you can cook meals, that's BIS. Like, if you can cook your own meals, because then you know what's in it, you know how to, you know, you can make it really yummy with good spices and this and that, or et cetera, et cetera. But you know, this person is a dad with a 2 and a 4-year-old, and I'm like, you know what is the most important thing in talking to them? Convenience. If I'm like, oh, well, you know what you should do? Cook your meals. He's like, yeah, that sounds great. You know? That sounds great. Hey. No one eats ideally. Convenience is very important. But even within convenience, you can make so many optimizations that are impactful. So saving yourself 20 calories here or there, that's not very impactful. Saving yourself 700 calories, that's impactful. You're going to make significant scale changes. 700, that's a lot. And a lot of people, they don't realize they're doing it, but a lot of times there are habits that are 1,000 extra calories or something. And those things affect you a lot more long term, obviously, than others. You know what I mean? So I think that any doctor, for example, if you work with a PT and they're like, ideally, I want you to do this exercise 5 times a day for 7 days a week. And you're like, I mean, sounds good. You say, okay. Are you doing that exercise 5 times a day, 7 days a week? Probably not. So that might be ideal. But it's not reality. Because the reality is, let's find a reasonable breakpoint. The main thing to understand of why this works is because something is very much better than nothing. And not only is something better than nothing, but oftentimes is highly effective. Like, you don't need 7 days a week to work out. 2. I would say 2 is pretty minimum. 3 is good. 3 is a good middle ground. And, like, you don't need an hour to work out. Depending on your goals, it can be 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45. Like, it's like literally, imagine I told you 20 minutes a week, 3 times a week. You're like, that seems kind of doable. Like, that's pretty reasonable, yeah? Yeah. I am not shocked by this purple because I know that this exists, but it still is sad to me because what happens is when you fearmonger people into certain lifestyle choices, you actually take away people's health. You take away people's access to health when you say, no, if you have a single McDonald's Happy Meal, you're basically poisoning yourself and you're like, you're gonna die. It's like, holy shit, man. Chill. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are some people who are so hardcore and they're like, yeah, but didn't you know if you do this thing? Like, it's so bad. I'm like, where'd you get that information, Susan? It's like, well, I saw this doctor talk on Instagram. I'm like, oh, okay. It's like, I saw a Facebook post. Like, okay. But the worst is sometimes you actually do. You're like, well, I met with a registered dietitian. I'm like, okay. But, you know, put it this way. If you Google right now, depending on what your previous purchasing power is, say as a diabetic, and so as a diabetic, this is actually something that isn't talked about a lot when oftentimes, Maffers, when you have diabetes, muscle is a better transport of glucose than fat. So yes, you have to edit your diet, but the more muscle mass you have, in general, the better your regulation of glucose is. It's not like a magic fix or a cure, but it is something very important to understand. Because a lot of people are told to make nutritional changes, but are not told to make any sort of body composition changes. And it does actually impact you a lot. It's quite a big difference. For a lot of things. It's not just diet. There's also, like, for cancer and for many other health conditions, muscle is a better... for example, I had a client about... What month is it? Year and a half ago. He was going through chemo. He had lung cancer. And I was hired to help him maintain as much muscle mass as I could as he was going through cancer treatment, because they were going to see if they could avoid chemo for a while, and they were going to see, like, what could be done. And one thing they were doing to try to starve the cancer was severely regulating and controlling his glucose, as an example, right? I mean, they were hardcore measuring it, tracking it, doing everything they possibly could to avoid any sort of spiking. They changed his diet dramatically, but ultimately he didn't have enough muscle mass. And so I was hired to help him try to train and put on as much muscle as he could during this window of time so that he could hopefully avoid chemo. That was the idea, right? That was the plan. And it worked. It helped. It helped quite a bit. He was 63. We put on 2 kilos of lean muscle mass in a matter of several months. Oh, what's up? How do you feel about influencers who advertise recipes as sugar-free just because they use... I mean, okay. There are so many nutritional facts, Cartman, that people don't know about. And it's why there is a lot of, let's just call it problems straight up. Like, there's a lot of issues with nutritional labels to begin with. Depending on what country, and I do know it changes per country, but in the US, I know some statistics. Mostly that for most products, the FDA is allowed up to a 20 to 25% margin of error with calories. So let's say you were tracking your calories and you wanted to be in a 200 deficit and you measured everything. You don't know if you're in a 200 deficit because most products are inaccurately labeled. And that's completely allowed legally. This is a big thing. Like, if you're tracking to the degree that you're like, I'm exactly right, you might not be. So that's important. But the other thing is things like trans fats. McDonald's is able to say that their... What was this one that I figured out the other day? McDonald's is able to say that their fries have no trans fats because in order for something to be considered having trans fats, it has to have X amount registered on a scale, but per serving of the McDonald's fries, it has just under that amount, so they can say it doesn't have any. Sugar-free Tic Tacs have more sugar than actual Tic Tacs, but in order for something to be listed as having sugar, it has to have 1 gram of sugar plus per serving, but the Tic Tac says that the serving size is like a single, whatever it is, like a few Tic Tacs, and so the measured dose in that serving is less than 1 gram. I think it might even be 1 Tic Tac. There's a whole bunch of really weird food information, and when you realize, yeah, so exactly. When you realize the problem is that the companies, especially in America, they're not looking out for your health. They make money, and they are absolutely allowed to. And this is not me saying like, oh, that system. No, that makes sense. Of course they have to make money. They're a company, so that's their job. But people think... The problem is when you think that isn't happening, then you're in trouble, you know? So understanding the nuances here of like, well, hey, what should I do? It's really tough to get proper nutritional information these days because wherever you look, you'll get biased information. Think about it like this. If you right now you Google, should I eat vegan? You will get studies, scientifically registered studies, that prove that the answer to this question is yes. And if you Google, should I eat carnivore, which is the exact opposite, you will get scientific studies and doctors and MDs and professionals who say absolutely it's the best thing you could do. You will hear, oh, I've got the Unbound Tank achievement. Nice. Cool. GG's. Very clean key, by the way. Clean. Great job, by the way. So no, here's the thing. Like, this is the problem, right? What's up? True. Cardio is the worst thing you can do having diabetes and obese, not doing cardio. Well, so you want basic cardio, but muscle mass. Yeah, you want to be able to build lean muscle tissue. It's pretty important. You got the key? Yeah, what's up? Oh, yeah, you need it? Let's go. Let's do it, Dreps. Let's do it. Any of y'all want idle? No, thank you. That was a clean key, though. So remember, yeah, if you Google, should I do the Atkins diet, you will find doctors and people who advertise absolutely. And you'll find people who say, no, it's a bad idea. If you say, how do I cure my autoimmune disease? You'll have people who say carnivore is the best thing I've ever done. And you'll have people who say, I went vegan and it cured everything. And you're like, fuck, which one do I do? You can, at this point, it's like anything that you Google can be confirmed. It's like ChatGPT. You type into ChatGPT, should I do this? It'll say, absolutely. I think you're amazing. You're like, oh, thank you. And so the problem is that you just have this bias. And so what should you actually do? And the truth is, we don't know. There is no one size fits all. I live in a different country, Maffers. Where are you from, Maffers? What country are you from? This is the really big deal here, and this is why it's important. Hi, Earl. Like, so what country are you from? Because when I was in America, there was even more bias. But now that I moved to Thailand, yeah, you're welcome. Gio, you did great. It was a clean key. So when I lived in America, and then I moved to Thailand, you know what people eat in Thailand? The Thai people are not exactly the healthiest, but they're pretty lean. You want to know why? Genetics. You know? Baba says, what do you think about trying to quit? So I can't answer that, Baba Yaga, because I don't have the information. There are a lot of things that I'm studied about, and there are a lot of things I'm not. So I don't have an opinion on vaping versus smoking. I don't know. I actually just don't know enough. The only information that I know, yeah, let's do it. The only information that I know about vaping versus smoking is what I have heard on a podcast, which is not reliable. Yeah, so I would be repeating what I have heard from other people instead of having my own opinion. So I don't know. Something labeled as imitation of another thing. But I should eat more vegan and grab that nice plant-based beef. I would get much more Yeah, well, you know. I need to carry through Floodgate. Help me. Floodgate's tough. Floodgate and Priory, man. Those are tough keys this season. Let's do it. 18, Dawnbreaker. I did get enough crest to upgrade my belt. Every upgrade might help. Let's do it. Okay. I want a DK and whoever. Maybe Havoc. So I think, but I wish that more people, Baba, responded like that. Like, you had a good question. That's a good question. That's a lot of people want to know. I wish I had a better answer for you. But I wish that more people were comfortable saying, I don't know. Because that's the right thing to say most of the time, you know? That's a decent warrior. Hi, Leslie. How's it going? And, yeah. Leslie, what's your favorite drink? You got a favorite drink? What's your favorite drink, Leslie? Good. Have you eaten? I did eat this morning. Today was the first day I could eat normally in a little bit. Yeah, my throat's feeling a little better. Hey, good morning, T-Muck. T-Muck, you got a favorite drink? I don't mind like a Warrior DK. I think that's pretty good for Dawnbreaker. Beer. Fair enough. Oh, I asked Guts earlier. He said alcoholic or not. Coke. Fair enough. Dr. Pepper. All right. Important question, Galaxy. Important question, Earl. Flavored or original? Like vanilla Dr. Pepper or regular Dr. Pepper? Good question. That is a pretty decent Demon Hunter. I feel like Demon Hunter DK would be a good choice here. OG, you? I haven't had Dr. Pepper in a very long time. Mostly just because it isn't a thing in Thailand. I haven't had Dr. Pepper in a long time, actually. Beer's a bit broad. I mean, some people like beer. Beer is nice from sodas like Dr. Pepper. I don't like. I have a friend's birthday party this weekend, so I'll go out to hang out with them. I just drink Sprite if I want to treat. I don't like the taste of alcohol. It's not a health thing. It's literally just that I don't like the taste of alcohol. I don't know. Tastes bad to me. It's like I'd rather have a milkshake. I would so much rather have a milkshake or whatever. Also, just strawberries and cream, Doctor. Damn, that sounds good. Actually, best soda I ever had was still do you remember when A&W? You remember the root beer that came in a can, like a bottle? It was like root beer and cream soda that came in a bottle. So I remember it's attempted. Yeah, I don't like the taste either. It's not a health thing. I mean, I'm allergic to beer first of all, but because it has gluten in it. What's your favorite bread? So, I have celiac. I'm not. I can't say I'm an enjoyer of bread because of this. Like, I can't say I'm a biggest bread enjoyer. I'd love to, but you know, anything. I'll get DK. And I was gonna get DK, no problem. Hi, Patch. I think I'll be looking for a DK for this. Question about picking your pug group. Is item level more important? I'd say I look for IO probably. Henry Weinhards. I have no idea what that is. I look for item level more than anything. Or sorry, not more. Sorry, IO. Just experience. So, like for example, let's say that this dude had 5 less item level, but his main was 3,800. I'd be more willing to take him. It's just experience, you know. This guy seems pretty decent. This DK. He's OCE. Sometimes I look at logs, but I don't really love to look at logs, to be honest. I'm not really like a huge log enjoyer. What do you think? Heal Druid or heal Shaman for high keys? What's up here? And then I think, okay, so I like Shaman. I prefer playing with Shaman. I have a higher success rate with Shaman. I have a higher success rate with Shaman personally. I think Resto Druid is much harder to play, but also I play Guardian. So you don't want to play Guardian and Resto. You want to play Guardian and Shaman. They work really well together. Like Shaman and Guardian are like, we're like best friends like this. So I'm biased, I guess. And Shamans I need to B-res. I don't mind B-resing though. Like that's fine. Okay, hear me out. This guy is a long-term dev evoker. Do I just rip him? Bro, I'm kind of. We'd be short on melee kicks and no grip, and my route kind of needs grip. No, listen, fuck. I really want grip. They're not bad for this key. No, I mean Azalth has been playing dev for a very long time. I don't remember if I think he's good at it. He's been playing for. I know this name. He's been playing since like, I think season 2 of Dragonflight. He's been around for a long time. This pull I'd have to split. Like no joke. I don't think I could do this pull without a DK. Everything else is fine. This pull I'd have to change, which I can do. You can change that pull. Oh fuck it, I'll rip it. Bet. No mind. Send it. We can play. You don't need a DK for this. It's just this pull. I like doing this triple. This one is like if you can't group this, you're in trouble. So you don't need grip anywhere else. Like you can chain this here. This is a nice grip, but you don't need grip anywhere else. It's just this. It's just that pull right there. Hi. I know your name. Let's see the dev. I haven't played with a dev in a long time, but we have a good comp. Remember, I'm not a warrior, so we have Druid buff, Shaman buff, Havoc. So Devil pump. I don't know what they're... So I have to take this pack out, and then I have to add... I can live the commander. Yeah, I can live this. If I wanted to, or I can add Curse Blade somewhere else. Bro, this is pushing it a little bit. Okay, hold up. Commander plus 2 Tacticians... plus the Shadow Stalker, plus 2 Curse Blades. I mean, if it dies on time, I could live it. This is maybe pushing it. I think that instead you could add this 3-pack and this 2-pack here. You can add 2 Shadow Stalkers into pull 9 with cooldowns. Or you can change the pack after last boss and just grab this. You can do a pull over here instead. You can add 1 pull if you wanted to. I don't know about adding 1 entire pull here. And then you could take, like, this out. And you could take this out. I don't know how I feel about adding this entire pull. This doesn't seem worth it. Change 14. So that's what I was thinking, but the problem is if you change 14 here, this Pat walks in. If you this is what a lot of people are doing on the boss, but I found it to be risky. Oh wow, I was like, bro, I like opened my Discord. I was like, holy shit, who is that? Oh, it's me. What's up, Drops? What are you showing me here? You're looking at 14, 17, 9. Yeah, you just do 9. I don't know if I like 9. I really don't like 9. 9 is sketch. Like, 9 is super sketch. So the problem is that there are 4 Shadow Stalkers for me. I'm a Guardian. This is the one area where Guardian struggles. This is, in particular, these Shadow Stalkers are brutal for Guardian. Like, I can die on that pull. If anything goes wrong here, I die. And then the key's over. And I just don't think the timer is going to be that tight. I do not like adding this. I'm very against this pull. I mean, you can do it, of course, but there's a risk factor that I don't appreciate. You can actually just chain 10 into... You can just chain 10. Instead of doing all this at once, why don't we just chain it? We can just keep the same exact route, and all we do is we basically kill this caster, and then we just chain into it. That'll be fine. Yeah, we'll just do that. That's a better idea. I'll just chain in like this. We just kill this caster, and then I kind of chain in. That'll be absolutely fine here. Yeah, we have a Affliction Warlock, 30 seconds, Vile Taint. He basically goes Vile Taint 1, and then we chain in, and it'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Cool. Hey, look, I'm being much better at Twitch. I'm learning how to do all this properly, because I've been ignoring this for a long time. Look, I'm going to start an ad right now, so we don't get an ad during the key. I'm doing an ad on purpose right now, so we don't get an ad during the key. Yep. I'm learning. Backsec, bio, then we go. This is the route. Chain 10, no DK. Cool. I'm going to go bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Let me start this key. All right, let's ride. T-Muck just subscribed. Oh, yo, what's up? Thank you, T-Muck. I appreciate the sub. 7 months. That's cool. Thank you, dude. All right, let's go. We got a Dawnbreaker to time. We're reviewing the meta tier list later today. Okay, I'm back. Let's do it. All right, let me port over. Dawnbreaker 18. Now, we already know I can live this, right? We already know. And the reason we know I can live this is because, if you remember correctly, I did it last week. I just made a very small mistake. I wonder if I just take this up with Crest this week. It's a little sad, but you know what? This 2,000 stamina might save me. I did a Dawnbreaker 18 last week, and I got one. I miscalculated on the second boss, and I got one tapped. Just barely. It was sad. I'm not gonna lie, it was real sad because I should not have died there. We had that key as well. We probably would have timed it. I got one tapped. I thought Lunar Beam, 2 stacks of Iron Fur was enough. It was not. So now I know. We have to hold Rage a little bit better for that boss. Yep, I was full health, and I actually just went crip up. I was there one moment, and I was not there the next. Be like that. Shall we? No, I'm here. Sorry. I just have to take a little break. Let's do it. I'm ready. Curious how this comp will cook. Dude, I'm super curious too. This is not exactly your mama's comp. Which is not an offensive insult. It is a saying from back in the day. Rank 3 potion. I'm taking this key seriously. Shall we? We'll play quote-unquote safe build, etc. though. Unused defense ever worth it for Druid? So, if you want to use it, sure. Nothing wrong with it. Like, the Ritual Mud is a fantastically defensive trinket. It's really good. Like, it's solid. But, in terms of whether you need it, I haven't found a use case for it yet. I have been able to live all the keys that I have wanted to do this season. I've been able to live everything without it. Maybe Malworth, when I push 19s, I'll be like, oh shit, like I don't know how to live that. But at the moment, Guardian Druid feels pretty tanky. So for me personally, I wouldn't play it. I would rather be using something else. That's a personal preference though, and that's not necessarily true for everything, you know? So yeah, I think it depends. I think there's, but if it makes you feel comfortable, you lose a little bit of damage to make sure that you don't die in a key. That's pretty reasonable. Like if that makes sense to you, then go for it. I don't know if there's necessarily a one-size-fits-all solution. Dispel my healer. Okay, watch these kicks. Perfect. Spark skin now. My Demon Hunter just pressed his meta, so we're going to have a little bit of low damage on the next pull. This pull will get annihilated. Next pull is going to live a little bit, so I will plan my Rage of the Sleeper accordingly. Going to Frenzied Regen myself. Don't take any of the smart healing. Lunar Beam. Dispel my healer. Okay. Now remember, the next pull is going to live a little bit, because we destroyed that first pull. No problem. And here we go. Big Mama can hit really hard. Yes, so Big Mama can hit pretty hard. But if you understand how to defensively rotate that fight, as a bear, you should never die to Big Mama. You should never die to it, personally. What you need to do to understand that fight is understand Lunar Beam is the answer to how you live it. So sometimes you have to actually farm back your Lunar Beam. If you really want to do Big Mama and be like eternally tanky, the answer to that question is Lunar Beam. So occasionally the right thing to do, if you're like, oh, I've messed up somewhere or I need an extra button, the right thing to do is actually spam a Moonfire instead of your normal rotation. Like instead of the Mangle, if you hit Moonfire, just to make sure you have that button, you'll be okay. So I'm going to take a little extra damage here. And the reason is I'm going to Bark Skin now. We'll be okay. Really good prio damage on the Ritualist. I have to deal with this Commander for a bit. Not bad. I'll call that extra funnel. It's okay. My Cape procs, I'm good. I have to make sure I survive the next pull as well, but we're all good now. Whoops. Okay, we have something extra casting. Where is it? Is that Bolter in the back casting? He died to something a little extra. That's okay. No problem, no problem, no problem. We're good. Got melee. Oh, it's the Curse Blade bug. It's the Curse Blade bug. I had aggro on him, but yeah, it's the bug mob right there. It's all good, all good. No problem. Come over here. Maybe I should have gone to the other ship. As funny as it sounds, that might have been the right option. Yeah, it's the bugged one for sure. Not from the start of the dungeon, from the one to the side. This one I don't waste the Incarn. Lose too much damage. So next pull, I might need a little bit of extra healing because I send my Incarn here. No problem. I'll decurse so my healer doesn't have to. Let me just spend my Lunar Beam on cooldown. So yeah, on that boss, you won't get one tapped if you have Lunar Beam up. And also it increases your healing received by quite a bit. So your healer will have an easier time topping you with just regular AoE heals. So yeah, that boss is an example of sometimes the right idea is not to just press Lunar Beam all the time. In general, it kind of lines up, but in a pinch, there are some times if you really need to live as a Guardian Druid, instead of hitting Mangle, you hit Thrash, Moonfire, and Moonfire, and you'll have more Lunar Beam uptime. It's a DPS. Technically, it's a little lost, but it is the right thing to do on very specific fights like that, or like Swamp Face. If you're gonna die, you're like, oh hey, let me just get my Lunar Beam back, etc. You know, Bark Skin right away, get the first kick. Nice, cool. I'm gonna hold my rage for a second. No, I can send it now. So here, as an example, I'm gonna hold my Lunar Beam for a few seconds. Is it a DPS loss? Yes, but this pack can really hurt me, especially because I think we're gonna miss some kicks like that one right there. So if I don't have Lunar Beam up, then I'm in trouble. And we overlapped our kick again, so we have 2 kicks right now, but we're not using them. So I have to be pretty careful here. This one could be an SI, probably is an SI actually, just send it. Because I'll get back to my Lunar Beam. I have my kick here, I'll send it early so my healer doesn't also not overlap. Frenzied Regen, and now I have back to Lunar Beam. So there I hit a Moonfire instead of a Thrash, or sorry, instead of a Mangle, specifically because I wanted it to cover this bleed. Just the bleed doesn't kill me, but a bleed plus a bolt, especially 2 bolts in a row, can really hurt. This one I have Bark. It's important as a tank. The key as a tank player, no matter what tank you're playing, could be Guardian, Prot Warrior, whatever. The tank player has to be predictive in nature. You have to predict before. You have to have a plan, right? This one's Rage. So you can't like, oh, my health is dropping, let me press a defensive. Like, there are some tanks that work like that, and if that's your play style, then you should probably play more of a Brewmaster, which still requires planning, or a Blood ZK, but even those tanks which are reactionary still require planning. You still have to say, for this mechanic I have X button. For this one I'm going to gather with IBF, because that gathers a little bit tougher. For this one I'm going to do, you see what I mean? You still have to have a plan regardless. So that's kind of just how tanking, also healing works like that a lot too. It's like, as a shaman healer, remember we did an 18 halls earlier and we had an unfortunate death to the second boss and the last boss because the healer didn't quite realize that if they send their defensives early, then they're not going to have it for when they need it, and then they're going to get one tapped. So that's just like a planning thing that it can occur, you know? If I'm playing Elun's Chosen, no. I don't even have Maul on my bars. I don't swipe and I don't Maul. If I'm playing Druid of the Claw, then yes, there are use cases for it. But currently, Guardian Druid, the Maul is not tuned high enough. If you think this is weird, you can actually read the tooltip. Let me dead zone her perfectly. Gotta get her to move. So I need to be just outside her melee range like this. Perfect. The next one I have Bark. So I can send the Lunar Beam now. Right here is good. No, so you have talents that buff Maul, but if you don't take those talents, Maul actually hits kind of like a wet noodle. Read the tooltip for how much damage Maul does. It'll help you understand. So do me a favor, just like hover over that ability real quick and just read it for me. And just check the number, yeah? No modifiers, just check the number. That's the base damage of Maul. It also costs a global. I will live this with just, or we skip it. Nice, good skip, good skip. Here, I'll show you right now. Maul base damage, right here. 1 million with whatever buffs I currently have right now. So 1 million. My Mangle does more damage than that and generates Rage. Like, that's just not a lot. Like, Mangle actually does more. I can't show you the tooltip perfectly. I'm in the middle of an 18 Dawnbreaker. I'm not in game. I just want to... Yeah, you know, so if you try out Bear Tank, it's one of those random things. Bear Tank is sometimes very counterintuitive because you think, oh, you read your abilities. Oh, good for you. But, like, you're like, I should definitely swipe. Swipe is my AoE button. Incorrect. The way we currently play is swipe or no swipe. You ever watch Dora the Explorer? Nosotros. You ever watch Dora the Explorer? You know that show? That show was actually preparing you for how to be a bear tank. Yeah, that show was preparing you how to be a bear tank. Because it's a correct advice. Let me make sure I have rage to be res. There you go. Yep. Because that show was helping you. Swiper, no swiping. Don't cast swipe. So here, I want my Lunar Beam back so I can save my Incarn for the pull after. You see how I didn't hit Mangle there for a second so I could have this back? So I can live this without. Whoops. Ooh. This fight's very hard to heal. We can totally still time this and finish it. No problem. We are A-okay. Timer's looking good. My Dev Evoker is pumping. Yeah. So swiper, no swiping. Rule for Bear Tank. Rage and Lunar Beam. Yeah, that's more than enough. My item level carries it too. We'll be a little behind because of this. And then I should have pressed Incarn, unfortunately. This fight is a misery to heal. I hate healing this fight. Actually, one of my least favorite fights to heal. It's just very hard to time Cloudburst in particular, like, super appropriately. And if you fall behind even a little bit as a healer, you're in deep danger. Underrated part of playing with a meta comp is the fact that you kind of can trust the defensive usage. You know how to, like, oh, a DK can do this, or this can do that. Okay, I have Lunar Beam up. Or we kill the boss, like, right now. Before the dot, before the dot. Oh, that dot went off. Careful. Heal first. Heal first. Heal first. I'm regrowthing. Good. Oh, the person went down. Where is he? Where is he? I can get him. I got him. Ooh, Druid off healing for the win. Okay, Arson's going to fly back, so I'm going to have to live this pull a little bit long, but we got to start the pull anyways. He'll be here in a second. He may or may not be able to summon his pet right away. So this pull's going to live a little bit longer. Not a problem. I'm going to spend the global on the decurse. I do want to save my vortex. Here I send my rage early. I don't want to use my vortex to grit this. I might need to reset my stacks. You have a decurse? Yeah. Guardian has decurse. I'm back to Barkskin here. So let's see how high my stacks get. Get this kick. Watch the circles. I'm moving down a little bit. I have SI right after. I probably just send it. And then I think we're good. Nice, okay. Okay, all good. Pull the mini boss. Frenzied regen myself. Nice. Those guys hurt, man. Those guys are not so easy for Guardian Druid all the time. Okay, Lunar Beam's up. I take the first thought. Make sure I live first and foremost. Nice. Let me move them a little bit more away from that edge because I don't want to butt pull anything. We're good. Our timer is okay right now. It's not perfect, but it's okay. Hi, Byaku. Do you like Naruto? Are you a Naruto enjoyer? I'd be so careful, Damio. Damio. Or Damio, I'm sorry, on YouTube. I'd be so careful about making any statement like that. Because we just don't know. When it comes to health stuff, anyone, I think personally, anybody who says... The one thing I've learned is I used to have very strong opinions, and I was like, guys, if you do this, you're poisoning. I used to have those opinions, right? the truth is, I've just met so many people who are so damn healthy, even though they have terrible habits. And so much of it is genetic. I've also met people who are super sick all the time, and they do everything perfectly. Like, they never poison themselves, but they're, like, chronically sick, have liver problems, kidney problems, this problem, whatever. So what's the unifying factor? And I swear, a lot of it actually is just straight up genetics and stress management. Nobody talks about stress management when it comes to illness and, like, how bad something is for you. You know? I think that we have to be so careful about saying, yeah, but this is the worst habit, you know? You can't ever have a drink. You can't ever have a this. You know, people have vices. Is it good for you? Probably not. But stress is the real killer. You know? Stress isn't... Well, I mean, Purple... Are you... I can't tell if you're making a sincere statement or not. If you are making a sincere statement, I'd have to ask you to clarify. We have cooldowns still here. I'm going to chain this because we don't have a DK. Our timer's a little tight right now. We did use a combat res. He died again. We used the combat res, but then he died again. So we resed him once, and then he died a second time, and then we didn't have another res. Yeah. Just a hard boss. That fight, once again, is kind of one of those if you... Oh, not the frontal death. Ooh, frontal deaths. No good in this key level. Frontal death during a lust pull. Okay, that timer is going to start looking a little bit tighter here. He's going to get back in a second. I'm going to pull this in. But I'm probably going to have to go kick it myself if I do that. No! It's not his key. Oh, no. Yeah, it's not his dungeon. Oh, no. Oof. The Havoc Curse. The Havoc Curse. That's okay. For 18 Dawnbreaker, that might... You can... We're starting to really push up against the timer now, though. We definitely try. Because not Resil. Okay, Purple, I understand. Thank you for the context. Now I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying now. And yes, I very much agree. In that context, yes. I agree. Yo, I need a new mouse bad. My mouse keeps sticking on my kick. It's bound to my mouse button and it keeps sticking. Okay, our timer is starting to get real tight. I still think you get to second boss. We have a lot of damage, so this comp might be a little rough to live it. But if we did live it, I feel like we have pretty good damage. I don't think you give up. You definitely don't want to give up here. Drabs has no cool... Come here. Don't do the other mini yet. Don't do mini yet. Bad pat. Very bad pat. Very, very, very bad pat. Wait. I can't take the commander in this. I mean... No! Havoc! Havoc, why? Oh, this is painful. Underrated skill of Mythic Plus is learning how to not get tilted when you have a little mistake. Why? Did he hunt? Why would you open on the two mobs? Okay. We gotta fight the other mini-boss. I want to kill this caster, and then I will chain into the other pack. It'll affect the way I pull this, because I can't chain this quite yet. Arson has Vile Taint. That cast, see, that's why I couldn't do all three of these at once. Now I gotta pull these. This is the pull that's probably the hardest without a DK, in my opinion. Because that caster in the back is dead. I SI to make sure I live this initial gather. A lot of these are going to just go off, so my healer's going to have to just heal it. Okay. I might actually need a little bit of healing for a second. Let me just tell him. I have a macro for this, though. Yeah, but it does happen. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes in a key. The important thing is to try to recover from those mistakes, because I actually don't think this is untimable right now. If we had another frontal death, it would... I think we're pushing it, because even with turbo boosted gear, like, our damage is pretty high, but it's not like... Yeah. It's not technically high. Like, so it affected my ability to chain this pull. Like, I couldn't chain it fast enough. I mean, to be fair, remember, the 18 hauls we had earlier... we also lost because the shaman didn't press defensives at the end. Like, so you do have people in 18s right now making very silly mistakes. So we'd have to be on boss at this point. I'm pretty sure we have to be boss here, but instead I have to go into this poll, make sure I live it. Yeah, Hannah Montana told us no one's perfect. And also, if you're still wondering about trying new things, remember the best of both worlds also exists. How much time do you need? We have the pack. I feel like you have to try because it's not Brazil. It would be sad that the 2 technical push keys I've done today are the ones we've lost to silly mistakes, but it's no problem. Because we just do it again. I'd still like to finish it. I guess unless Drabs... I think Drabs actually needs us on 17, so I suppose if we don't time it... You know what's also unfortunate? The Dev Evoker obviously doesn't get a chance to play the game very much, and he's playing so well. You know? Like, the Dev Evoker's playing so well. Yeah, I think that the deaths have added up. Actually, if we didn't have those deaths, we would still be on time. Like, getting to second boss with 11 minutes is kind of cozy. Getting there with less than 10 is really pushing it. Yeah, I'm not sure, Mo. I kind of agree with you right now. All good. We'd have to go second boss. That's all the percentage we need. I mean, you would have to kill second boss in 3 minutes. Probably GG. Yeah, I think. I don't think you can do it. You'd have to kill us in 3 minutes. We need the pack too. All right. Drabs needs on 17, so I hold. All good. We wipe it then. Oof. That was tough. Garrett Point, you're not talking about eating too much fruit. We're talking about, I mean, let me put it this way. No, can you live so? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Damio. Yeah, but I'm not sure it's entirely accurate to that, though. Was it avoidable damage by chance? I still think that there's a conversation to be had, because I don't think we can point to a single source of failure for that. Was he having ping problems? Let's see. This was just the dot. Yeah, this just hurt. That just hurt. Frontal. Oh, the first death was actually a frontal. Yeah, it was the frontal, and then another frontal. And then the aggro. Ouch. GG's, Arson. You need this on 17, right, Traps? Do 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 do. Yeah, let's get it though. Cool. Yeah. Man, his ult was good. Bumper dev, by the way. Sag Deke. He was good. That dev was good. And he was pumping, right? He did good. I think single target he was open too, though. Good. Where's keys to? But timer is easy. All right, let's get it for you, Drabs. Let's do it. That vlog YouTubing as well. Yeah. He's a YouTuber. That we were playing with Arson just now. Mm-hmm. Oh, hello, Miss Ivasi. How's it going? We lost, good luck, gamer. Thank you. We lost you, Bedge. I bet. I hope you have a wonderful after-stream protocol. Streaming can be draining. I hope you get some rest and chill. You saw the deplete 18? Oh, no problem. He's no problem. Not a problem at all. I hope you dream of whatever Drabs dreams of, because I'm sure his dreams are kind of wild. And they probably are entertaining at the very least. I know enough about the man to tell you. That'd probably be entertaining, though. Yes, Damio. Let me link his channel. So Arson, he streams on Twitch too, but he also does make very high quality AFLOC videos on YouTube. I find it for you. Arson, wow. Here you go. He's one of the best AFLOCs I've ever met. Here. That's him. There's something about actual people who just like are hardcore faithful to a spec, and he's really good at it. They're showing up. You gotta be like hardcore faithful though. Corgis are really cute. There's an animal cafe that I want to go to. I've been there before. They have a bunch of corgis here, but they also have a really cute raccoon and stuff though. Let's see what DPS we get, Drabs, because we can adjust. Like we always adjust. Like we can play NA ping, but people who are not us cannot do it. Most people cannot play cross region. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like if you, for example, if you take people who are NA and you make them play OCE, they're like, I can't play the game. Din time. Alright, good luck. See you, Moishi. Do you have a link? My build's in my Discord. Yeah, Damio, sorry if you're chatting with me here. What's up, Arson? Arson. Those were two relatively unfortunate keys, but it is what it is. It's all good. Thank you. You're a blaster. Actually, that dev was also a blaster, by the way. We had it. Yeah, it's all good. We'll get it later. Turbo boost damage feels good. Turbo boost damage feels good. The 18 hauls, I was like, we've clutched it out. We've caught it. And then we in fact did not. Yeah, sounds good. Good night, Arson. Take care of yourself. I hope you have a wonderful post-stream activities. And say hi to cute cats for me. You guys, oh, wait. Can I show you something really cool? Miss Ivasi, you're probably not here either. Look, can I show you something really cute, actually? Because I know, Arson, you like cats. I introduced Kitty's cat to my lizard a few days ago. I had her cat come over. I wanted to see if the cat would try to eat the lizard. While we're waiting for people in this key, I'll show you real fast. Listen, does anybody want 17 Dawnbreaker, by the way? Here, I'll show you real quick. So I wanted to see if the lizard would eat if they would try to eat my lizard. Because I have 2 bearded dragons. And I wanted to see, but actually it turns out that my lizard was the one who didn't like the cat. Cat was fine with the lizard. Cat was like kind of curious, but my lizard tried to square up with the cat. My lizard kept trying to fight the cat, and I'm like, they have 0 survival instincts, man. They're so feisty. Like, there's no way they win in a fight, but just non-stop. She was just like, I'll attack you. I'll eat you. I'm like, why? Stop trying to pick a fight. She was squaring up. She got very territorial. And the male lizard, he didn't care. But it turns out that the cat kind of wants to be friends with them. So we think that the cat will not hunt the lizards, which is nice. Who do we want? Does anybody want a 17 Dawnbreaker? It is Brazil. I don't really mind taking comp-wise, doesn't matter. So we can play whatever comp we want. I'm down for whatever. Damio here, if you are not on Twitch. Yeah, you have a beardy too. Dude, they're so feisty. They have endless feist. I don't know how they fit it all into one small little package. He tries to fight me too. Here. All builds that I use are in my Discord. Drabs, do you have anybody who wants to come to this? Otherwise, I can take whatever. Do 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 do. What about Geonad? You wanna come? You need 17 Dawnbreaker? I think maybe we give it a second. Rep Pally. Whoa. Whoa. Well, I DC'd from WoW. Is stream still here? Hello? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Did stream also DC? Whoa, what's this? Why is it giving me a server list? Wait, what's this? Why is it giving me a server list upon logging in? Oh. Okay, weird. That's good. It's not my internet. Did that to me today too? Weird. Weird. Okay. That's strange. Well, alrighty then. Oh, so it's just a server thing? Okay, okay, okay. Gotcha. Have some salt. To win. Good question. So, my trinkets for Guardian at the moment are Heroic Brand and Mythic Pacemaker. But, oops, I just delisted. My bad, my bad, my bad. Can be OCE or NA. My trinkets at the moment are a Mythic Pacemaker and a Heroic Brand. But I have a Mythic Antenna in my bags. I've just been waiting to farm up the crests so that I can send the Mythic Antenna up, and then I would consider using that instead of Pacemaker. And basically make decisions from there. Let's see. Drabs, are we OCE ping now? There's a demo Warlock. He's 3600 on his main. Hi, Hamster. Do you like ham? I don't know. We could take another Havoc. Okay. I'm assuming. So we have one OCE person. We'll see what we get. Last slot. It's Mr. Samilius. I'm still biased against mages. I'm sorry. I don't like playing with mages. D. Tun. Sure. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I will openly admit that. I'll openly admit that I'm biased against mages. I'm biased against mages and also boomies. I'm biased against boomies too. But mages is like the worst. Is the most hit or miss RNG fest. Like they're just not consistent. Hi Sebo, will I watch DMDI? Oh yeah. I love DMDI. I love DMDI. I wish I could do a watch party, but the problem is I can't, like, Wampy the Rogue? I vaguely remember Wampy. I need a range, right? I guess we do need a range for first boss. It's like 90, but yeah, I know. It's very difficult with mages. I do know Wampy, but I do think I'm going to be looking for a mage. So, Warlock is fine. Bias against mages. Boomies, I can't. I like Hunters tend to be alright. Rets tend to be okay. But mages... super hit or miss. Tend to be miss. I know, that's what I was thinking too, T-Muck. That's what I was thinking. I think their pets still bug. It's like the one spec that does. Don't lust no matter how many times I call for it. They have to swap their pets. If you haven't played with a BM Hunter before, it's because they have to swap their pets, and it's a gigantic DPS loss if they do it wrong. Does he need this? I can't. Lodor. Alright, what are you playing? Destro Lock? Hear me out. This guy does not have the required IO, but he's actually good. No joke, he's good, and I think I would just play with him. Did he hear? Okay, hold up. Wait. Let me ask you a question. Mr. Dalberic, probably not good for it. How's your throat? Better. Thank you for asking. Yeah. What's the add-on showing the time-specific key? Don't everybody have this? Hold up, Lodor. Did the benigning... Did you hear me? Because I know you've been on my stream, but did you hear me say that I was a little bit concerned about the demo Warlock, so you swapped to Destro Warlock? Dude, I want to give Lodor a chance. He's geared, and he just doesn't have IO. I'm going to give him a chance on this, because I think I remember him being good. Hi, Lodor. Otherwise, I would have taken you. But I'd like to give him a chance. Yeah, you did. Okay, I figured. Can you confirm with me, though? Because I actually don't know the answer to this question. Is Demo Warlock actually bugged on the ships? Nabil, what's the add-on showing time-specific key runs? Isn't it just Raider IO? Isn't Raider IO the thing that just shows your timed keys? I think. Am I wrong? Is it not Raider IO? Isn't everything bugged on the ship? I mean, the ship itself is still bugged. Pets are consistently bugged. They just can't get on. They're not consistently bugged. I've been disconnected from the WoW server. Fantastic. Watch streak reached. Thanks, Seba. Yes, it is. Sorry, because I play on private server. It does not. Oh, that's why, Nabil. Bro, the servers are not doing so hot right now. That's the second DC just now. It's a little bit concerned. Oh, this key is Brazil, worst case. Throat's okay. I'm still doing some of the lidocaine cough drops, but it's definitely getting better every day. Thanks for asking. Okay. Thank you for asking. The real question is, should I shower soon? We're not quite at that point yet. Not yet. I need to get IO before I shower. When we time a key that's IO, I'll go shower. That's not even a clip. That's just a true statement. That's not even a clip. That's just a regular statement. What do you mean that's a clip? It's not even a clip. That's just true. That's just a true statement, man. Bro, I'm DC'd again. Hey, Drabs, are you online right now? Or did you also get DC'd? Did you also get DC'd, Drabs? I reset the key, tried to go in. You had a shower this morning? That's because you're clean and have too many cucumbers. Do you smell vinegar? I don't know what vinegar smells like. So I have no idea how to answer that question. Please log on. Yeah, all right. Okay, we back. We back. Give me your 18 key or no more cyclones on Nexus. Guts, do you want to do keys? Guts, wait, you want to come to do keys? We'll do keys. Drabs and I are playing right now. What do you need, Guts? We're on, I have Brazil 17. Well, hold up. Wait. What's going on with my game real quick? Just check to make sure. What's my ping at? You see that? It's just, it says normal. It's 217 world, so we're on NA. We're on NA. Hold up. Yeah, push the single key this tier. That'd be fine. I mean, if you're, again, it really pays to have friends. If you're like, I feel confident, I'm a good player, and you have a friend online, you just say, hey, can I join your key? And I'll say, sure. Do you smell like pickles? I don't know what pickles smell like. An example being this Warlock, he has 3,000 IO. The highest Dawnbreaker he's timed is a 12. But he's geared, and why not? I'll just take him. Yo, again, I'm going to be better about this. So, let me go stand up real quick. I'm going to run a quick ad so that when we come back, we don't have ads during the key. I'm learning how to do this shit. I'm being a streamer. So I'm just going to run a quick ad break so that we don't have any ads during the key. Cool. Be right back. So now only the real OGs are here. The subs. Just kidding. I don't know why I said OG. I'm sorry. This is the route we're doing. Dang. Sub now. Morning, I shot for the non-OGs. Laughs at Turbo. Yeah, somebody said they didn't get... Oh, no, I said I was going to stand up. The whole point of me doing this is so... Now, I'm trying to get better at being like a streamer, and I realized that so many times people... Pre-roll ads were enabled on my stream. That's the thing. I've been asking people for a while, and they were like, dude, we get pre-roll ads. I'm like, why? I have 3 minutes. Like, I have 3 minutes, and I just... So that's why I think because if you have it automatic, they'll just have pre-roll. Like, there's unavoidable. And I was like, okay, so let me try to do it manual. And then I change the settings, and I'll just see if it works better. I don't like it when I'm trying to have a conversation, and I... Bam! Alright, let's go. Shall we? Oh, I'm a chicken. I'm a turkey. Cool. Okay. And so now we basically have no ads for a while. Solid. Do I actually tank this entire key as a turkey? Do I? Out of curiosity. You want Dark in the first pack or second? No? Hear me out. This content. Pull 10. I believe. Hi, Zen. Good morning. Zen, what's your favorite drink? What is your favorite drink if you had to choose? Do you play Evoker Healer or Healer. I play Prez Evoker. I'm okay at AUG. I know how to play AUG Evoker, but I'm not good at Dev. Dev, for whatever reason, is a very hard spec for me to play, so I'm not good at Dev. Alright, ready? Turkey! Yes! 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 Alright, 17 Dawnbreak. Oh, I went out of a turkey form. I was so excited. I wanted to be a turkey. I was so excited, man. I was ready. I was ready to be a turkey. Unfortunate. How unfortunate. I was wondering if they would somehow let me be a turkey. Vortex Typhoon the next set. Okay, coffee, Dr. Pepper, or Mountain Dew. Okay. Decursing this. War Stomping. Nice. This pull is living a little bit. My DK saved all his cooldowns. You have an all-time... you got a list? That's fine. The list is absolutely perfectly fine. I don't know if I have an alt... I mean, I do, actually. Thai tea, or just things with condensed milk. I told you use a pumper. I told you Lodor was a bumper. Again, honestly, it doesn't make or break an entire season, because the truth is that you still have to actually... you have to... it's not... most people in Keys are not going to know you, but the truth is that if you have a friends list, you don't actually have to be the highest IO player. That guy's going to bug again. Careful. You don't have to be the highest IO player. You just have to have people who will take you. It's because Lodor, once again, his highest Dawnbreaker is a plus 12. Imagine that he just goes from a plus 12 to 17. Bruh, that's crazy. You know? Yeah, exactly. I bet you he's going to do fine this key. Maybe there's something he needs to learn. And if he does die this key, that doesn't mean he's bad. It means he's learning. I got it, the instant taunt. Yeah, it means he's learning. But I'm not worried about him. What's up, Builder? Hey, Builder, if you are doing any keys and you do want to tank, speaking of which, it just so happens that I am available. Don't know if you knew that, but it's an interesting development. And, just wanted you to know that. Duin, you asked me earlier about Guardian Druid trinkets. And I'm kind of curious to, in some dungeons, maybe consider playing Antenna over Brand. Dawnbreaker is pushing on one of them. Dawnbreaker has a lot of downtime between pulls. If I had Mythic Brand at max 730, I think I would consider it in this dungeon. It's got too much forced downtime. Hi, Raven. How's it going? How it be? How it be? How it, sir? You guys ever see The Last Samurai? You ever see The Last Samurai? Bro, the body's so weird. I'm chewing a cough drop, but I forgot that I was chewing a cough drop. So all of a sudden, I heard a massive crunch. You hear that? You probably heard that in the microphone because my mouth was right next to the microphone. So you hear that crunch that just happened? Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was my tooth. It wasn't my tooth. It was the end of a cough drop, which I just crunched. And I was like, ow, because I thought it was my tooth. I instinctively said ow. Because I was like, oh, man. I did that once. I was streaming, and my tooth randomly just cracked and fell out. It was an old crown that I had. I was doing a workshop. Right at the start of a workshop key, I did a weird bite, and I just went, and my tooth fell out. I thought I was going to have to go to the dentist. Human body's weird. Oh, hey, I did actually, so one of the things I want to do today, maybe after this key even, I want to review my meta tier list and see how accurate I was. I want to make a whole video about it. I think that'll be super fun. I made a tier list before the season started, and I want to go back and review it and just see if I was right and what I missed on. Hey, how you doing? What's your thoughts on interrupt removal? Positive. I think it's a great. I think it's a great thing they're doing for the game. Heal first. You have to dispel this. You can't. You can't not dispel it. He gonna die. He gonna die for sure. And it still goes off when he dies. Uh-oh. That's danger. That. Oh, we had a death to the thingy as well. That's actually a reset. So I can res. That might just be a reset. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Yeah, I think it's a reset, actually. Okay. All good. Didn't the Lord of the Ring binge you mentioned a while back? Nah. Content idea, a lot of people do dungeon reviews early season. No one does a retrospective of how the dungeons ended up being. Good point. Hey, Cress. I'm mostly done on the Druid, but I always have ults to play. I got plenty of ults. I haven't done the binge, no. I have not done the binge. Wait, you can't get out this way. To talk to the person. Oh yeah, you can vote to abandon, right? That'll get you out. Yeah, there you go. I'm mostly done with the turbo boosting stuff, yeah. Mostly got it. We're fortunate to tank. I do have my warrior tank that needs to farm out. My warrior tank will need like 600 crests. Something crazy. It'll be an unimaginable amount. The Lord of the Rings binge was before what it was, Kiana. Was I got any show of healing those dots off. People are supposed to wait. But so what happens, Drabs, if you didn't know? You complete her almost. I need 30 more for the belt, a few more for this neck, 2 more for the neck, and then I craft a neck next week anyways. It still goes on everybody. But also the DK died to the bubble, otherwise we could have rezzed. Yeah, no problem, no problem. All good. First boss. Not a problem. That fight is hard to heal. Oh, for New Year's. It was a New Year's thing that I used to do, the Lord of the Rings binge watching. But this year, I think I want to create a new New Year's habit with Kitty. So when New Year's before was something, I actually really like New Year's. There's something about it that I'm just like, you know what I like? I like being able to celebrate. So any excuse to celebrate is a win for me. I like being able to do Halloween, birthdays, New Year's. Like, I used to be rather cynical. I used to be really negative. Man, I was just kind of a negative Nancy. And I was like, who celebrates their birthday? I'm like, you know what? I do. Now I do. But for so many years, I was like, guys, it's just a birthday. And I'm like, yeah, I thought I was cool, but I was actually just kind of stupid. You know that when you're younger, you're kind of like, you go through that nihilism phase a little bit? What's up, Blake? Yeah, I know, honestly. Like, but so when I was younger, I was like, let me just put on my leather jacket and be cool. And I was like, I wasn't cool. I was awkward as shit, but that's okay. So I'm a big fan of actually making sure that you remember to celebrate life, because life should be celebrated. Like, it is a joy that we are all here. You know how cool it is? Just take a second to realize the fact I live in Thailand. Where are you from? T-Mug, you're Finnish. Yeah? Blake, where are you from? Sloth Bear, where are you from? We are literally all over the world, and we're connecting on a piece of technology, having a conversation right now. The world is a pretty fantastical, whimsical place. Like, it isn't quite Narnia, but it's okay. It's a pretty cool place, man. Western Canada. I don't know what Canadian... I don't know how I pronounced it just now, but it was kind of cool. Yeah, point is, Canada. Yeah, it came out weird. I didn't mean it. I meant to say it the right way. But, you know, sometimes our best intentions, best laid out plans can go awry. Point is, world's pretty cool. I think we should absolutely take the time to celebrate. At least I try to remember that. But for a lot of my life, I was rather cynical. And the reason that I started saying all of this was a reason. Oh boy. Why did I start this rant? It's that midstream salt diff. What time is it? It's exactly 3 hours through. It's always 3 hours through stream. It's exactly 3 hours where I'm just like, oh, I don't have enough salt. It's always this exact time. Bro, it's so weird. Nobody else has this, right? Where you just stop thinking after about 3 hours. Oh, celebrate. Oh, right. New Year's celebration. So, it was a New Year's celebration that I did when I was married. So, when the first year that we were married, we got married right before New Year's, and I was like, hey, I thought we'd be married forever, so I was like, yo, let's create like a tradition for New Year's, and let's make sure that we celebrate it every year. Obviously, I'm not married now, so that did not go according to plan. It is what it is. But this year, I'm going to be living with Kitty, and Kitty's fucking awesome. She's pretty damn perfect. So I would like to create a new tradition that is not Lord of the Rings. Because that one, unfortunately, it's kind of already taken. Like, I don't want to repeat the same tradition. So this year, instead of binge watching the extended versions of Lord of the Rings, I want to come up with a new version of her, with her. And I think that would be really cool. But that's my idea. Hi, Naya. YouTube Shorts? What do you mean? Like, we should make YouTube Shorts, or we should binge watch YouTube Shorts? Wait. What does that mean, Raisin? Hi, Dakaran. We should binge watch YouTube Shorts. I started making YouTube Shorts like a week ago. It's been an interesting journey. I actually didn't upload any YouTube Shorts for a long time, but I just started making them. Did you know that, Raisin? Yeah. What do you guys think a good New Year's tradition would be? Half of the clip is the actual clip, and other half is some random, like the audio. You mean like the audio thing where, like T-Muck, like the audio thing? What do you mean tradition? Tradition is like, you do it every year. Like, tradition on Christmas is to have a Christmas tree. Or tradition on Thanksgiving is to eat a turkey. Or whatever it is. Thanksgiving is a weird one. Videos like split in half horizontally. There's like 2 videos playing. I mean, so we do that. I have that with the other things. Here, hold up. I'll link you a YouTube short. I posted one earlier today. Go Stargaze. Stargaze? Interesting. Even super... Yeah, superstitious. Yes. Yeah. Good morning, Paravel. Paravel, what's your favorite drink? You got a favorite drink? Ooh, Para, I have a better question for you. You're a holy priest. How do you feel about the fact that other healers are now going to be... It's actually a very big buff to priest. I like the healer changes, but it is a massive buff to holy priest. And in particular, like, holy priest and dis priest are just like, yes. Now no one has a kick. I should probably just be making videos like right now, though. Because I think people are going to have the wrong idea about this. Coke Zero. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, I'll help heal. I got this. Watch this. Oof. Oof. Oof, look at the off healing. I got this. I helped. A little bit. It's not a lot, but I helped a little bit. Okay. We're gonna make it. What changes? What did I miss? All healers lost kick today, except for Resto Shaman, and now Resto Shaman's kick is a 30-second cooldown. They took it. My precious. They took it. They took it from me. All healers. Supposedly. Actually, that's what I was told, at least. I didn't actually read the changes myself. Because I didn't catch that earlier today. I read some of the other articles. I was checking out the bear, like, Apex talents and stuff. Well, I still think that the reason that people are dooming about this is because they don't fundamentally understand that we don't know how they're going to design dungeons. What if there's only one kick a pack? No, kick doesn't define the meta. Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. We don't know how they're going to design things. So we don't actually really know what this means, because that's the same thing as, like, people are like, oh, man, my game's going to get simpler. But you know what? When people complain about the simplification of WoW, what they're really saying is, look, I need to be good at this game, or I'm just not able to prove my size. Like, if I can't be good at the very complicated thing, then I have no ground to stand on, and my mom and my dad, they were right about me. Basically, people need a way to flex, and World of Warcraft is oftentimes an analogy for personal confidence and success in life, because people take this game incredibly seriously. So what happens is people say, yeah, you are like a kind of an okay tank, but I play Blood DK, and I'm a giga tank. You have it on easy mode. I play the game on hard mode. And so they can brag about that, though. They can basically be like, ha, you think you play meta, I play off meta. It's like we all have this kind of relative speaking measuring competition with World of Warcraft. And when the game gets a little simpler, that's going to go away. And people won't be able to brag in Midnight because Blood DK won't be that much harder to play than other tanks, where currently it kind of is. And so, does that make sense? Like, and so a lot of people are very upset about this, but it's ultimately very good. It's very good for the game. Yeah, but so most people view their characters as an extension of themselves. And so their character has to be good. Otherwise, they have failed at life. And it's like, you know. Right. But so people really overestimate how much this complication is good for the game. Like, it's also not necessarily better. I do think there should be a borderline reward for playing something like, me a decent, yeah, of course I rock. Demon Hunter can be a great pug tank. I do think to some degree that there should be a benefit to playing something like a Fire Mage, if you're really good at Fire Mage, I do think you should do a little better than somebody who is pretty good at Beastmaster Hunter. But that's just clearly not how they've designed the game. Like, Blizzard does not think that. So, you know. Yes. Now, there's nothing wrong with that because oftentimes that is very entertaining. So there's nothing inherently wrong with that mentality, but it does prove to be quite toxic. Because ultimately, people should play for whatever, though. How do you reset your stacks in what pull? The previous pull, I just tanked it until they were all dead. The first pull, I tend to have a plan, and I'm just like, I'm just going to tank it. It'll be fine. This one, if I need to reset, I'll show you. It's really fun. You want to see how I reset here? This one is fun. When you have the mini-boss in this pull, watch how you reset. Just don't wild charge back. When he knocks you back, use the knockback to reset yourself. If you do feel like you need to reset on this, you just use the knockback to do it. Just vortex them real quick so they don't chase you, and then you just let yourself get knocked back. Normally, I wild charge in midair so I can keep them stacked. But that's a fun one. I could also use this lock gate too if I really needed to. So see this? I'll wild charge back this time because I don't need to reset. I wonder if that too, actually. I was thinking that maybe he did that. Even though, once again, because I remember I told you he was good, even though he only has 3,000 IO. Like, he doesn't have the qualifications for this, but I know he's good, so I don't mind. Let's see. Oh, we have half cooldowns. Let's go here. I'll wait for everybody to get here. Hey, man. That's true. But have you ever considered being chocolate chip toast instead? Like, if you're honestly, if you're like struggling right now and you're like, look, nobody wants me, but you're raisin toast, didn't you kind of do it to yourself? Or press shadow meld. There's a clip of GFO doing that. There was a clip of GFO, and I saw it. I was like scrolling TikTok, and I just casually watched her press shadow meld mid-pull on this pull. She just was like, whoops. And that's why I'm not a night elf. I never have to worry about that. To be fair, I'm also raisin toast right now because I'm playing an off-meta tank. Oh, I did want those mobs, didn't I? You know what? I'm going to get different mobs. It'll be fine. Because I know what pull I'm doing next. Yeah, I was just curious. How come you're clicking your abilities and you have it bound? New to WoW, so it's not... Oh, so everybody's got their own way to play WoW. No, it's a fair question. Fair question, Facepug. And thank you for asking kindly. I appreciate that. Everybody's got their own way to play WoW, and one of the things that WoW players do is they over-obsess about things that don't really matter. So, for example, people will tell you you can't ever click abilities. That's not necessarily true. I'm just weird, yeah. I just like playing the game how I like playing the game, and all I can tell you is that it works for me. Like, I don't have any problems, and I do pretty good damage, and I tend to perform pretty well in the game. But there are three things actually, which people always tell me. They're like, why do you do that? And I'm like, I don't know. I've just always played the game like this. Literally, I've just always done it. So one of them, as an example, is the fact that I click half my spells. I don't click all of them, to clarify. I don't click all of them. I click half of them. It's not all of them. And the other thing is that I keyboard turn. I don't use my mouse for movement. I don't like using my mouse for movement. So yeah, I keyboard turn. I click half my spells. And the other one is my camera angle. Apparently, I play very zoomed in. That one, I'm still not... I still feel like I'm not that zoomed in, but... Yeah. People always mention that, though. They're like, how do you do it? But so, like... The thing is that WoW players are very particular about this game. So a lot of times they won't just say, like, how do you do... They actually tell me I'll never take advice from somebody who... Because I'll make a video or something. And I'll be like, well, look at this clean, perfect run we did. And they'll be like, bro, I'll never, ever take advice from somebody who clicks half their bell. I'm like, that's fine. That's okay. All right, onwards and upwards this way. Big pulls. We have cooldowns? Bet. Here we go. So, for example, I'm going to live this pull. And we're going to manage this. Oh, he gripped it there. We want to grip it here, my friend. But yeah, I don't feel like the way I play the game is a detriment to my team. The biggest detriment to my team is the fact that oftentimes I don't care enough. My biggest actual flaw in this game is that sometimes I check out a little bit, and I make silly mistakes. So I don't want to say I'm known for it, but I'm not like the most consistent player. Like if you do keys with me for 8 hours a day, you can probably tell I'm gonna die in one of those keys. I'm totally good with that. Most keys I'm pretty consistent, but occasionally I'll be like yapping or something on stream. I'll be really engaged in a conversation, and I'll get hit by a puddle. Like, that's normally how I die. I very rarely make, like, egregious tank mistakes, but I absolutely do just sometimes get puddled. Now, that's my bad habit in WoW. Everybody's got one. I don't tend to make too many actual tank mistakes, though. Like, pretty rare is it for me to flop to, like, oh, I didn't realize that I died. Sometimes. It happened the other day on an 18 Dawnbreaker. I miscalculated. That did happen last week. But in general, like, I can remember that, and then I can be better next time. Like, this pull is not so easy to tank. I missed a kick or two because I wasn't super locked in, but that's my bad habit with WoW. 100%. Cool. Nice pull. Good job. So my healer had to use most cooldowns, grab mana real fast, and we're good. Timer is infinite. Oh yeah, and sometimes I take a little extra to start the key. I guess that's a bad habit too. You're right, Tima. I click 10% and 90%. My rep pally, I feel like a rep pally would actually be really hard to do that on. This first one's probably going to be tough because I made my healer do a hard pull right before this. Nice job. My healer was prepared. So we've learned the hard way that this boss can kill us. That sounds like pad. That sounds like pad. Lodor wouldn't pad like that. He wouldn't do that, Timo. He would be ethical single target. Oh, never mind. It's just happy. It's a happy little accident, yeah. Oh, ooh. I mistimed that. This is where... Okay, I got a cloak proc. I'm geared now. I was gonna say, that was actually a little scary. I timed that rage too early. I wish I could paint and sing. I have so much respect for people who have artistic capabilities. Yeah, we really didn't want to die there. Yeah. We were very sure. We really didn't want to die. No problem. We're chilling. We have plenty of time. Is WoW considered artistic? I mean, in a way. It's definitely, if you add a U to it, sleeping, absolutely. Let's see what I have here. Incarn is going to be up for this last hit. Oh, thank God. I was going to say, I don't need a bark skin. Do, 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 do. Alright, cool. Mini boss, pack on the RP of the boss. And we're good to go. I will actually let people prepare. This mini boss is surprisingly tough. I feel like sometimes people forget how hard this is. Once again, kind of a, if you've never healed this, you wouldn't actually know, though. Yeah, he's good. I told you he was good. Like I said, honestly, if I've played with you before and I know that you're good, I don't really care if you have it, like if your IO is really low. Like, I mean, it's a resilient key. I suppose if it was an 18, I would consider not taking him. To be fair, this Warlock, just so everybody's clear if you didn't know this, he's like 3k IO, but he's on my friends list. I played with him last season. Like a few keys. Not a lot, but a few. But yeah, he's out here actually using defensives and shit. He's doing good. He's the highest Dawnbreaker he has right now is a 12. I just want to show everybody that this is why you can't get title. Because if I'm doing this for him, somebody's doing this for people on a 19. You're just like, oh, yeah, why not? This is the best day of his season. I mean, so we'll time this right now. He's also a Warlock, which is not considered meta, and it's very hard to get into keys, right, as like an off-meta spec. So, you know. So party frame LVY? No, actually. I swapped off LVY. I used to use LVY, and then I swapped to Bartender at the start of this season, by the way. It did make... Oh, man, title push is the worst. Title push is the worst it's ever been. And I don't think people will be able to change my mind on this one. I know people have, like, different cooks. They're like, oh, but this, but that. No. Like, the higher end of keys, especially as a pug player... Oh, no. It has been... Resil kit system, just to clarify, great for the vast majority of the game, but for specifically pugging title, it's toxic, dude. It's like... It has made that highest end of keys kind of miserable. To the degree where I'm just like, I don't want to push. Like, I don't want to do it. Like, I just straight up... No, I'm not asking to take away Resil keys. Maybe they could iterate on a little. I don't think there's a solution. But I also think that the people like me, you don't have to make the game for me because I'm chronically addicted anyways. Like, I don't care what they do. Like, I played through Shadowlands. I had like 9 ults that had to do Torghast. Like, I still did it. So, you don't have to make the game for me. You know? Ooh, that's tough. That's a tough one. Yeah, like, they don't have to... I'm here. So, what they need to do is get new players into the game... And that's what they should be doing, right? Pack, follow. We do a pack here. Yeah, I mean, I have the Tower Ranger achievement. So trust me, they don't have to do anything for me. You know? I'm here to stay. Yeah, you feel me? So I started WoW in Shadowlands. Damn. Must be something wrong. So here's the thing. Nostalgia is a funny thing. I like Shadowlands too. I didn't understand how bad Shadowlands was because that was when I came back to the game. I played way before, but then I moved to Thailand. And the problem is when I moved to Thailand, I didn't have a computer. So I couldn't play WoW for like 4 years. I didn't get to play pretty much all of Legion and all of BFA. Never got to play it. And I played Warlords of Draenor back in the day, like hardcore, and then I played Shadowlands, and I came back in Shadowlands. Yeah, that was my experience. So I like Shadowlands because it's nostalgic for me. Like, thinking back to Shadowlands, that's when I actually started playing the game. Before, it was more like World of Warcraft as a game of Magic. It's an RPG, but Shadowlands is when I started Mythic Plus, because I didn't get to play in BFA or Legion, so that was my experience. I was like, whoa, I kind of want to push Mythic Plus, etc. Nabil, sorry, to answer your question directly, this is Bartender. It's very easy to set up. If you are curious about it, Bartender is incredibly easy to set up, and you have no problems if you want to do it. I used to use LVUI, but I wanted to try not using LVUI, and I found a lot of success, because I only used LVUI for party frames. Yeah. So you started when Holy Priest was good and you got debated, right? I know I missed Legion. It's kind of sad because I heard Legion was like so awesome. I got to play, I think, the first few weeks of it, but that's it. And it was a different account back in the... So when I restarted back in Thailand, I had to make a brand new account, so I lost everything I had before. Actually, no, sorry. No, that's factually incorrect. Because actually a lot of my character... No, sorry. I didn't have to make a new account then. I restarted in Warlords of Draenor. That was when this... Like, so I lost the original account I used before that. That was a Resto Shaman. And you had the Vesper Totem. Vesper Totem. I was okay. I was a Venthyr Bear. We would just incarn, thrash, and then do more thrashes, and then do more thrashes. Came back mid-BFA, so I got you. I really liked Shadowlands. I mean, you just, back in the day, I also remember that was like during COVID, so we were all home, and I had a lot of time, and so, yeah, it was annoying and stuff. Is Cell the part? No, this is, sorry, Cell is the party frame. Bars are bartender. But I do not have LVUI anymore. No, I don't use LVUI anymore. That's the change. I used to have my action bars be LVUI, but I realized I didn't actually use any other part of it, and I was like, why am I using LVUI just for action bars? I set up bartender, and I find these to be equally as clean. Very chill. No problem. Pre-roar this. Clean Dawnbreaker, by the way. Clean. Watch this. Giga Druid tank. I'll just tank it. If you want any of my... they're all in Discord. If you want, like, my cell or my anything, it's all in Discord. Bartender, I can't... you can't export a bartender profile, but I can show you how to set it up. It's not bad. Yeah, if you want any of my stuff, it's all in Discord. Just find it under UI. Zen recently reorganized my Discord, so it's easier to find, though. Yeah, it's not that. Well, I mean, like, you shouldn't stand in it as a DPS, but as a tank player, I don't have to move. I don't want to. I can be lazy as a tank, yeah. But certainly in Midnight, I will say, I love WoW. I'm definitely, like, I'm in it, I want to say for life. Like, I love WoW. I do think they do need to just maybe course correct a little bit. Like healers losing kick, bro, it's going to be fine. No, I think it's going to be absolutely fine. I know it's a change of pace, but you have to realize that we don't know how they design things yet. Jeez. Clean, by the way, 2 minutes 30. No, here's why. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't know what that means. You know? Yeah, well played. Nice job, Lodor. I told you Lodor would pump. What's his IO? What's his IO gain from that? How do I see the IO gain? How do I see how much IO he got from that? How much IO did you get? How much IO did you get, by the way? 74. Oh, there it is. He got 74 points. 74 points. I was just, yeah, I think the game will feel good, though. I play with it. That's true, Tony, but I think that maybe one of the changes they'll make, right, is, but like, what if one of the changes they make is that kicks are not as lethal? Then we just all win. The reason that you feel, by the way, like you have to have a kick is because if you don't have a kick, you're in danger. I knew I could. Yeah, I actually love that. Exactly. So I think I kind of agree with that, especially because of the difference, by the way. Especially because you have like a particular difference with, you know what I mean? Yeah, Lodor worked. He was good. Pump. Home point of the class change, exactly, encounter design. That's the thing. We don't know what they're going to do. My point is I feel like keys are going to be more like Gambit and less like Priory. Think about it like this. In Gambit right now, if you didn't have a kick, if you didn't have a kick in Gambit as a healer, how would you feel in that key? You'd be like, occasionally you'd be like, that kind of sucks because the end area has that one guy or whatever. But ultimately, could you heal Gambit with no kick? Probably. But if I told you you have no kick in Priory, now you're like, oh, can't do it. Right? Can't do it. You only cast Rain of Fire 25 times. No pad. Want to buy a pad. That was a clean key. We're fine. I still feel like this key... Brand still does too much in this key. I'm sad about cat weaving, though. That'll be interesting, yeah. That's true. I don't think I'm good enough at Resto Shaman to even... or sorry, Resto Druid. Resto Druid is not my favorite healer. I don't know why. I don't know why, man. Resto Druid is not for me. Looks like a million Chaos Bolts. Yeah. How many crests is that now? I picked up the seasonally, like 23. It's really fun. I hear you, but Tony, I do hear you. Right now, if you lose kick in a 10 or a 12 and you're actually using your kick, it'll be it's a little destructive, right? Yeah, I thought they still had cat. They didn't remove cat weaving, I think. Yeah, most healers and most tanks, I was saying earlier, they're predictive in nature, so they require you to actually learn the dungeon. You can't, like, walk in and learn. You kind of have to know before it happens. Like, imagine a Resto Druid's first time ever seeing the second boss of Dawnbreaker. You don't know that it's going to do that much damage until you see it. And then you're like, oh, misery. Right? But you wouldn't know that until you actually see it for the first time. A big discrepancy between tanks and healers. Interesting. Great. Okay. So, a big discrepancy between tanks and healers and DPS is the fact that a tank and a healer... This is actually a good point. Let me make this point properly, because I'll clip this, and this is straight up a YouTube short. This is like really... This is like an actual good thing that people need to understand about this. Here, hold up. Let me collect my thoughts for 2 seconds. Okay. Just take a... Let me just center my brain, because I'm a little like... Woo, hold up. One more. Okay. It's gotta pierce them. The musk will help clarify the thoughts, because my eyes are like, whoa, so I just gotta center myself, focus. Gotta break through. Gotta break through the cloud. Yeah, the brain fog. No, I didn't. There was no IO from that key. Unfortunately, no. I still can't shower. I can't shower until I get IO. Okay, so my clarification is this. I don't know how they fix this problem, but a big problem in World of Warcraft is the fact that tanks and healers have to learn the key before they walk into a key. So a huge difference between tanks, healers, and DPS is that a DPS can walk into a higher key level and then say, oh, I'm just going to walk in and learn the mechanics. But a tank and a healer have to do all this homework and studying before they even walk into a key. Otherwise, they die. That's the problem. There's a lot of expectation that a tank and a healer already knows what to do and what buttons they're going to press before the thing happens, whereas a DPS player can often just kind of get away with walking in and learning. That's the problem. It's a big... That's like one of the reasons that people are so scared to play tanks and healers, because you actually have to know before it happens. A lot of times as a DPS, if for example, Lodor, if we take him from a 12 to a 17, he can just walk in and be like, okay, I think I press a defensive here, but overall, I got this. I'm just going to pump, I'm going to do damage, I'm not going to hit by stuff. That's fine. But if you, as a healer, go from a 12 to a 17, good fucking luck healing the first boss on this key. Or the second boss. Like, you're just not prepared. Like, you could have a plan in your head, but you need to actually practice it. Or as a tank player, you're like, let me do that pull after first boss here. Good luck. Like, if you've never done it before, you're going to walk in, think that you're fine with this button, and not be okay, and you die. The reason that I know how to do that first pull is because I did it on PTR and died. And then I did it again on PTR and then I died. And then I tried it a different way on PTR and then I died. And I was like, why do I keep dying here? And I was like, oh, because I was pulling it wrong. Because we used to do all this at once. And I didn't, when they changed the Shadow Stalkers here, I didn't realize how much it would affect me as a tank, as a bear tank. Whereas some other tanks on PTR were able to live this just fine. I didn't know. So I had to learn. And that's like a really big, like that's a thing that a lot of people don't appreciate. And then, yes, exactly, correct. And then what happens? You get the flame as a tank, or your people healer. You ever see this? You go, healer? You ever see that? You ever see a tank? Actually, my favorite thing is when I'm healing on my ult and a tank messes up. Like they don't mitigate something, they get one tapped or something. My favorite thing is when the tank actually goes into party chat and just goes, and I'm like, bro, what do you want me to do? Sometimes I'm playing I just see that and I'm just like, what do you want me to do? I make sure I do that. Remember, if you as a tank, if you ever die, it's never your fault. It's always the healer's fault. And if you ever let somebody die, it's the DPS fault. They should have used the defensive. Why didn't they healing potion? Read in game. Yeah, use a defensive. Yep, there it is. There it is. Alt as a tank and is stressful. So, yeah, it's pretty hard to recover. And also keep in mind, that key, pretty good, right? We had 2 deaths. I forgot what the deaths were to. This was... That was a cast. He could have kicked it. Whatever it is, you know what I mean? Right, that's also true. That's also very true. A lot of healers don't know that, Drebs. That's actually a particular... I hate that. A lot of healers don't know that you can't heal tanks when they're gathering, and it's a tank's job to live it. A lot of people do not know that. Okay, let me see. Created templates. Man, did I not save this? Oh, damn. I'm going to have to actually... Okay, I'm going to have to do this. Ayo, this did not age well. Holy. Yeah, this didn't age well. My bad. Let me soup and plug this key. Okay, hold up. World of Warcraft class tier list. Aha! Oh, so I have my 3K one set. 1 second. I'm going to show you what I'm doing here. There are some abilities that do and some don't. I'm going to take a little... When I get back, I want to go over my tier list. This is the one I made for 3K, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this was my 3K tier list. So we're going to have to review what my other tier list was. I'm going to check right now. General. I had set up here. This is for 3K, and I still kind of stand by this. What's up, All Night? This was just for getting 3K. Okay, here. I have to make this accurate. Brew is a terrible tank in lower keys. Yo, what's up? Hey, Sarthak. Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't have YouTube chat open. Hi, Sarthak. Yeah, always come to Twitch if I ever miss your YouTube chat. So, we're going to have to redo all this because this was not quite right. I'm going to have to put this side by side for a second. Does this look weird if I reduce it on stream? Kinda, yeah. Okay, so... Here. So, basically, though, I had Blood DK down here, Holy Pally here, Arcane Mage was this, Frost DK there. We're going to go over it. I want to review what I had. But I'm not going to lie because I want to be honest with you. Because I would have changed a few things. There's a few things I missed on, for sure. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And then I called the DPS. I had this here and I had this here. Yeah, so these were the 2 healers and this. And then I had Brewmaster up here. Guardian was lower, I'm pretty sure. I had 1, 2, 3. Beastmaster was lower. Ellie was here. And then Enhance was higher because this was pre-buff and pre-nerf, though. Yeah, sure. Didn't get anything in Vault yesterday. Really? Well, I thought you Prez Evoker here. I'm excited to play my Prez. I'm excited to play my Prez, man. Good morning, Helena. Hey, Ewok. I've done like 8 keys on my brew. Brew is a hard tank to play, man. It's just tough. My feelings are hurt with HPAL being in B. Yeah, HPAL was low. So I have to make sure that I had everything proper here. My problem is that the tier list, let's see here. We're reviewing what I had made here. So Prot, Pally, these were the 3 tanks I thought were alternatives. This is the one I really missed on, but we'll get to the video in a second. This was comp dependent. So basically I had a B tier and a comp dependent. This was here. Soup was down here. I put all these. This was also an S. It would look like this, basically. This was, I thought, the best healer. This was definitely in beans. Rep Pally was comp dependent. Rep Pally was B. These were the lowest. Correct, basically. And then, let me see. Right, Bear was basically here. Ellie, this is the one I missed. Remember, we got to go over the fact that there were some changes to specs after I made this. Comp dependence. Like, this one was changed heavily. I missed on Outlaw. I remember I put the Rogue specs here, and I was wrong about that. Subtlety was here. I put Subtlety over here, and that was wrong, too. Beastmaster Hunter was an A. Yeah. I put Beastmaster Survival and Frost in A. Beastmaster was A. Survival was also A. These were buffed. Trying to level other heals as well. I love Prez. Like, I'm a pretty big Prez enjoyer, but it definitely is pretty specific. Like, you have to be so good at it, and your team has to help you a little bit in order for it to really work. Like, in order for that healer to be successful, it's a tough healer to have proper. Okay, let me check everything. I think I had Assassination higher. This was here. It basically looked like this. Okay, Prez was a bit of a cope, I'm not going to lie. Let me check again. Unholy. I had Shadow Priest higher. No. So I'm reviewing I'm reviewing the tier list. This was I'm making it the same exact one that I made early on. I want to see how right I was. This is like an analysis to see if I was right. What I'm doing here is I'm just saying, was I correct? Like, was I right? I want to make this identical. So basically I had this here. Yeah, this is a review. I'm not making another tier list. I'm just saying whether I was right or wrong because I was curious about that. Oh, I had enhance higher than Ellie because this got nerfed and this got buffed. I remember that. Okay, checking. I think I did a pretty good job. Aflock was next to demo. Pharaoh Druid was here. I think I was pretty high on Pharaoh Druid. Yeah. Pharaoh Druid was next to this. These were all options, but basically, range really pissed me off. I would say, by the way, man, sorry that Prez is like not a good healer to learn how to heal on. Yeah, Prez is like a really terrible healer to learn how to heal on. I would say that Prez is like got to be one of the worst healers to learn how to heal on. It's like a really fun healer when you're already good at healing. If you're learning how to heal, oh man, that's tough. That's a tough one. Okay, basically my list looked like this. This is not what I had. And to be fair, just remember, we had a Dev Evoker and an 18 Dawnbreaker who was just top damage. There's a few misses here. But overall, I feel like I did a really good job. I played PTR so hard, man. I think I had Holy Paladin slightly above this. Okay. I'll leave this up for a second. Let me take a little stream break, and then when I come back, we'll make a little video about this. And I'll explain my reasoning and whether or not I was right or wrong. Resto Shaman's the best first healer. Sarthik, if you can level another healer, Resto Shaman. That's the key. Resto Shaman is the way. 100%. Yeah, if you have the choice, Resto Shaman is your answer. Best first healer. Best way to like get really good at keys. Okay. I'm gonna run a quick ad break so that we have no ads when I come back, and I'll be right back in a bit. Little stream break. When I come back, we're gonna make this review. So let me take an actual stream break. Let me go make myself a little snack, and I'll be right back. Who's on right now? I recommend you check out this Demon Hunter, cause he's doing a 24-hour uncapped subathon. God damn. Noctis is on. Go say hi to Noctis real quick. What? Oh, I spelled it wrong. There you go. The shout. Wait, what? Am I spelling his name wrong? Noctis Born. Shout out Noctis Born. There you go. Okay, I'll be right back. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I happened to meet a few bunnies. Randomly. There was just like 2 rabbits, and I was like, whoa, what's up? Hi. And then it turns out that there's an entire cafe of rabbits. And I was like, whoa, what's up? So I got to pet rabbits. Ah, delicious. Join us in following who? Wait, Drabs, what did you just abuse your mod privileges? You motherfucker. No. Did you just abuse your mod privileges? You motherfucker. Who is this? You absolutely did. You absolutely did. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't know. So here's the thing. This is... You abs... I see who that is. Alright, alright, alright. Noctis, this was a review. I wanted to do this before it got too late into the season, because Turbo Boost, now we can push keys. So this was my tier list, by the way. No, this was my tier list, just to clarify, before Season 3 came out. So this was my prediction. I played PTR every day. This is what you gotta understand. I played PTR every day that before Season 3. So this tier list that I made was from July 25th. This is July 25th tier list. So that was a little bit ago. There were one big round of class tuning after that. So there's a few things that I was wrong about. But when we review the tier, this is basically like a mid-season, how right was I? Was I right? Was I wrong? Did I get the prediction accurate? That's what we're thinking about. There are some things I'm wrong about. It doesn't have to be a long video. I just wanted to make an actual video about it because I think it's really cool. I don't see a lot of people do it. Like, people make a tier list, but then they don't review the tier list to see how accurate it was. And that's all I want to do today. I want to go back and fact check myself now that we actually have facts about what's meta. There are some things that are wrong about this. But I think I did a really good job, man. Overall, I'm proud of myself. I think I did a really good job, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's ignoring his mod chat. Yeah, a few people do. I think it's cool content. Tier lists are just an excuse to talk about World of Warcraft. But a much better thought process is why people care so much about tier lists. Like, do you know why people care about tier lists? I mean this. Do you know why people care about tier lists? It's because if you make the wrong choice about what to play for a season, then you don't get to play the game. Like, unfortunately, WoW has become so meta-driven that if you make the wrong choice and you pick one of the soup tier list items, then you don't get to play the game. You actually just sit in Dornegal the entire time just applying for keys, and it's, like, really difficult. It's an unfortunate reality of World of Warcraft nowadays. Hello there, Minstone. How you doing? I'm just finishing up my little... This was 800 calories. Whole milk. 1 scoop, chocolate protein powder, sugar. Ooh, delicious. Pugs don't know that. Yeah. I will clarify that the meta, I don't know, Drabs. People, I used to think that the meta was like, oh, well, the metas only exist at a higher key level. I don't think that anymore, dude. Like, do you know how many times I've posted a video about something and people will literally, by the way, do you know, I'm serious though. So people will, I'll get a comment, or even I'm streaming and people say this all the time. They're like, yo, I can't get into a plus 10 on my bear tank. I'm like, really? Like, it can't be that bad at a plus 10. And they're like, yeah. Or like, I can't get my 3K achievement because they won't take me as a blood DK. I'm like, really? Like, it shouldn't be that bad at that level, but it is. The meta problem has over time just consistently trickled down even further. It didn't used to be as bad at like until a certain level, but now it's bad regardless. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah. I don't, well, Ron Lou, hold up. I don't know about that. Okay. I don't know if it trickles down to delves. Yeah, but Drabs, let me put it this way. So I am not a huge believer. Like, as an example, obviously, if I was on my warrior and I was gonna run a 15, and you want to bring, and let's say one of your alts is a Windwalker monk, I'm not gonna not take you, right? Brad does not invite you if you're holy paladin. So obviously, but the point that I was, oh fuck, I don't have enough soul today. I'm tired. Apparently, I wouldn't take you. Goddamn. Brand left your party when you played S Priest. Oh, right. I was going to say, imagine that somebody said, hey, look, I know I'm really late, but Turbo Boost is out. I want to start Season 3. I didn't play any of Season 3. I played hard in Season 2. I want to push to a high level of keys. Maybe not title, but I want to get 3,600 IO. They're coming back to the game right now. What should they play? Like, what would you tell them to play? Because the answer to that question is like, and they're like, look, I got 5 characters. I like all of them. I have fun playing whatever. I just want to be powerful and I want to do good. The answer to that is don't just say play whatever you want. Like, you don't actually answer that. Like, you're not like play a holy priest or a fire mage. Like, that's not the right answer. Because if they're like, yeah, I could play mage. I also like hunter and I like frost DK. Frost DK is my old main. Should I play my fire mage or my frost DK? You're like, if you have a choice, like, you play frost DK. Imagine somebody saying, no, play fire mage. Like, you know? Technically, you could play fire mage. But you're going to have a much better time playing frost DK. So this is the mid-season review that we're going to do. Make sense? Delicious. This season was pretty good. Yeah, it still is pretty good, actually. I think they did a great job. I think class balance this season is actually, I agree. I think it's really decent right now. I think there's several different viable tanks. I think that until you get to a very high key level, like currently plus 19 or 20, I think balance this season is actually pretty good. All right. Shall we start the actual tier list? Well, the review of it. Baba, I already made this to clarify, and I'll clarify again when we actually start the video. Yeah, you're good. Now, this is the actual list. So I already made this. This is a review just to see how accurate I was and what I missed on and why I missed on it. All right. Put a little chapstick on. Don't want to have chapped lips. Oh, I see black spots. I am dizzy. I really am, actually. But my neck is not nearly as swollen as it was anymore. Whew. Paradiddle, 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 paradiddle. Wah. Okay. Let's do it. I think this will be really curious. This was the first time, by the way, like this previous PTR cycle for season 3, it was the first time that I was ever in a position where I'm like, hey, I make YouTube videos. I really want to put my opinion out there on what's going to be meta. It was the first time I ever tried it, and I was like, but I want real data. So I personally played almost every single spec. Like, you might fondly or unfondly remember, I played Fury Warrior on the PTR. I played Ret Pally on the PTR. I played every Warlock spec on the PTR. I played all sorts of things on PTR. I played my Hunter actually quite a bit. Like, I was really gaming this PTR cycle for like 2 months straight, for 6 weeks straight. Every time I logged on, I was just on PTR. And I was like getting screenshots. I was getting logs recorded. I was putting it in my Discord. I was really trying to be on top of it because I didn't want to make a take that I didn't personally have. Like, I was like, I'll play with 10 subtlety rogues and get as much data as I can. And the truth is that when I was getting that data, sometimes it's skewed because the only subtlety rogue that did well, I played with Kush from Echo at one point, or Method, and then I also played with Shindig, and they were the only 2 rogues that did well. Every other subtlety rogue was really bad. They were buffed since then, and that's why I put it so low. But I was a little wrong on that because actually subtlety is better than outlaw at the moment, so they should be swapped. But I didn't know because I played with as many as I could, but I didn't personally play subtlety rogue. And even if I did, I probably would have ranked it even lower because I'm not a good subtlety rogue. But it was really fun this PTR cycle to actually just try to play everything and get a really good feel for things. But obviously some things have changed. So let's dive into it. Let's dive into it. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Shall we? This will be cut and clipped to YouTube for sure. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so this is my review of the Season 3 tier list that I made. Now, this was my first time ever making a proper tier list. I played PTR every day, and I tried to get as much data as possible. Clearly, I missed a few things. But overall, this was my prediction for the season. People were asking me, hey, what's going to be meta? And after playing almost every spec on the PTR, this is what I came up with. Now, as you can see, there are a few things that maybe should be moved around a little bit. I would like to clarify before we get into everything here, I would just like to clarify there were some big buffs and nerfs after I made this tier list. So this tier list, the final one, was made on July 25th. And I think about 4 days afterward, we have the very first thing that's wrong about this, which is that Ellie Shami received massive buffs and Enhancement Shaman got nerfed. So clearly, that one's wrong. But people were asking all the time, what's going to be meta? This was my best guess at the prediction. The very first thing you're going to see here is the tank prediction was a little bit off. I rated VDH too strongly. This tank was not actually nerfed going into the season, and it was so dominant last season. The one thing that we didn't quite catch, or at least I didn't catch, was just that its damage is not a factor. Like, it's just not that strong DPS-wise. And this season was so easy to tank that damage from a tank really mattered. It also just so happened that Havoc was here. Now, this is probably my bad, because it's very rare that 2 specs of the same thing are going to be meta. I had kind of thought you're either going to play Prot Warrior and Havoc, or you're going to play VDH and a caster comp. But it turns out that VDH was a miss. I would say this is, of all this tier list, this was the biggest miss. It wasn't actually nerfed after I made this list. I just thought it was so strong. I played it on PTR a lot, and I'm like, damn, this tank is immortal. And it is immortal. It still currently is very tanky. but its damage contribution is so low compared to Prot Warrior and other tanks that it's just like you don't really see it that much. So I would say that VDH was the very first miss here. And before we continue on with the whole tier list, this isn't going to be like an hour-long video, but before we continue on, I would also like to clarify, do you know why tier lists matter? Like, do you know why people like watching tier lists? It's because if you make the wrong choice at the beginning of a WoW season, then you end up sending all your time, instead of playing the game, sitting in Dornogal. Like, let's say you had a choice between playing Frost DK and Fire Mage this season, and you thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play Fire Mage. Well, rip you. Like, you made, then at that point, you're going to have a really hard time pushing keys. I'm just saying, you're going to have a really hard time. This does not mean you can't do keys. You can absolutely still get quite a bit up there, but you're going to have a very hard time with it. So the reason that tier list matters is because WoW has become so meta-driven. People want to know. They're like, how do I make sure I can play the game? I don't want to be sitting in Dornogal for an hour trying to queue for keys. That's the reason that tier lists are important. It matters more than it used to. There's always been a meta in World of Warcraft. Actually, right now, the class balance is pretty good. But for whatever reason, WoW has become more competitive, this, that, or the other. We have access to more information. I don't know, man. But WoW has certainly become way more meta-driven. At the higher level of keys, the more you push. And it's also trickled down even to 12s and 10s. And it's like just people trying to get their portals or their 3K achievement. Like, I've had a lot of people tell me, hey, I'm playing Blood DK. They won't take me. Like, what do I do? Do I re-roll? And I'm like, for 3K? Like, you should be able to play Blood DK. Like, Blood DK is fine. I did a key the other day. I also like to point out, I've played with all these specs. I timed my 18 Streets the other day with a Holy Paladin. I timed a 17 Floodgate with a Blood DK on my Resto Shaman. I can't say I've timed any 18s or higher with with an Augavoker. I will say that one. I haven't seen this in an 18, and I haven't seen. Okay, I haven't seen a few of these specs in 17, 18, but I just like to point out that it is possible to do. You can play anything, probably, but you're not going to see it very often if it is truly in the soup category of specs. Hi, Emola. Thank you for the sub. It's good to see you. Okay, so here's the video. Let's actually go over what I missed, and I would re-rank it according to what's currently meta. Moving on, for the turbo boost just happened. People will be pushing keys, and I think these are the comps that you're actually going to see. Basically, we got to start changing a few things around. Number one, VDH definitely goes down. I actually think that VDH, it's pretty strong. Like, it's tanky, like I said. It's still got its utility, but it does not deserve to be very high up here. I think that, honestly, Bear has more value than VDH at the moment, and that's saying something, because I love Guardian, but it's not exactly the most fantastic of tanks either at the moment. So first of all, VDH goes down. Second of all, in terms of healers, obviously, what should take the tank's place? Clearly, it's Prot Warrior. So Prot Warrior should be in the S+, and these, I think, are the alternate tanks. This is very comp-dependent. Brewmaster is still actually pretty decent right now. It's actually a very good tank right now. It's just comp-dependent. Like, you play Brewmaster when you want to play Brewmaster, and that's kind of it. Prot Pally, obviously an alternative S+ tank. I think that if I was going to rank this for all keys, which is including 12s, 15s, and plus 20s, Prot Warrior is the Giga play. Prot Warrior is the S+, and these are just an S. And then obviously in terms of healers, Resto Shaman deserves to be here, and Disc Priest should be down. I think that Voidweaver Disc is actually pretty decent this season. I don't think you're going to see many in like 20s and just like really high keys, but I've personally timed, I'm going to talk about the 17, 18 range, and I haven't had a problem with Disc Priest. They're just hard to find because most people are playing Resto Shaman or Druid. Those two healers are a little easier. Well, I wouldn't actually say easier, but at the very least, they're more popular. So, I'm gonna keep Disc Priest. I feel like Disc Priest could be A+ as another option. When we went into the season, I think this was before the last bit of Oracle nerfs, and it still seemed like, why wouldn't you play Oracle? But then this season came out, and it's just like, huh, it's a little interesting. A lot of HPS checks, but not as many one-tap checks. You have fights like Big Mama or Swamp Face or this or that or Halls of Atonement, but it's actually not as many one-taps. It's a lot more just thorough put, and as long as the healer can do it, then you're looking for that group buff, that utility, and Dispriest. And all of a sudden, it's like you don't need the Oracle to live. So Oracle got a lot reduced value. Voidweaver still blasts. You don't see many Oracle priests at all right now, so I think that Oracle was a miss and VDH was a miss. I would probably rank them much lower here. I still think that Disc is not that bad, but let's continue on. That's a solid S+, though. If you chose a DPS from this list that I made before, you would have been correct. Like Frost DK, Arcane Mage, Havoc, obviously this was recently nerfed, and this is maybe a take, but I think this was a solid hit. And then obviously the highest level keys right now, you're probably going to see a lot of Resto Druids or Resto Shaman. These are the two premier healers. I think it did a pretty good job there. For my first time actually making a proper tier list and really studying, getting logs from PTR, I feel like I overall did a pretty good job. These tanks here, I still think Brewmaster belongs in S. You just don't see it very often. It's a very niche tank. Okay, Prez Evoker, this is a cook. All right, listen. This one's a cook. There are people timing the highest keys with Prez. It's a Giga Blasting healer, but much like Brewmaster, it's just so rare to find a Prez player. But you have Rai, you have Kig, you have a bunch of people who are blasting on Prez. Probably does not deserve to be an S. It should be next to Disc. It's one of those, if you really want to play this, it absolutely is capable of doing this fantastic. I mean, it's not like a bait healer. Like, you can do Giga Blasting amounts of damage. It's got really good healing, decent utility. Like, it's got everything you want. It's just one of those healers that you never see it. Like, people don't play it. So, fair enough. Unholy DK actually is fine. Frost is better, but I think Unholy is just slept on because everybody's playing Frost, but Unholy is actually decent right now. Assassination Rogue, it was looking a lot better going into the season compared to what it is right now. It's just that Rogue doesn't have the offensive group buff. I really think that Assassination is still pretty decent, but you don't see it very much, and it doesn't really belong in S, so I'll bring this down. Moving on. I think these two specs fully belong here. They both blast. I just did an 18 Dawnbreaker, like, right before this. We had a Dev Evoker who was top damage by quite far. And that's not a very large AoE key. And Dev Evoker was still blasting. Solid single target. Like, a Dev Evoker belongs here. Once again, you just don't see it very often. The Destro Lock, 100%. Spec Blast. You just don't see it very often. These are not meta, quote-unquote, but they're both pretty good. These healers, yeah. Shadow Priest. People were really hype on this. And then it got nerfed, and then it got nerfed, and then it got nerfed. And at the moment, I think it's got to be... It's not like the worst DPS, but it can't be an A+. So we bring that down. Outlaw Rogue was a miss. I missed on Outlaw. I thought it was going to be decent. Like, I think it was going to be like kind of like a previous season. Like, you'll play Brewmaster, Outlaw. Nah, dude, Outlaw's pretty bad right now. Outlaw is just not tuned very highly. So I think Outlaw goes lower. Okay, in terms of the A-tier specs, this is the biggest thing you got to understand. The few specs were crazy buffed after I made this list. So Beastmaster Hunter obviously belongs in S+. But this spec was buffed. It wasn't at the start of the season. It was good, but it wasn't S+ at the start of the season. This was changed. But at the moment, this spec is, like, amazingly good. Marksman Hunter is S, maybe A+, because you have Beastmaster. And this is one of the same things with, like, Frost DK and Unholy. If you could play Beastmaster, why would you play instead of Marksman? Yeah, I still think the spec is fine. Like, it's actually okay right now, but Beastmaster overshadows it like crazy. So, you know, you have that going on. Enhancement Shaman. Okay, these two, clearly, you're like, well, this isn't right. That's because this was Giga buffed after I made this list. Huge buffs and also nerfed. So Enhancement goes here, and Ellie Shami goes here. Ellie Shami is one of the best DPS specs. You have two comps that you can play. One of them involves an Ellie Shami, and one of them involves a Resto Shaman. But you are a Shaman, and Ellie Shami does very good damage at the moment, so, you know, I think that this actually belongs here as well. I just don't think it's... You don't see a lot of very high-performing Ellie Shamis, because it's not... not DPS rotation. DPS rotation is not that hard on Ellie Shami, but it's just, I think that if you don't plan accordingly, maybe you're not on comms or you let kicks go off or et cetera, the spec tends to die because it's just can be very squishy if not played well. Okay, moving on. Survival Hunter, also decent. I've actually done a few like relatively mid-level keys with Survival Hunter, and they always blast. They're just not considered as good as these. I feel like this is fine. Frost Mage, I've done a few keys with Frost Mage. They're never top damage. They are relatively even annoying in some keys. They're okay. I think A is fine for these. Feral Druid, I'll rank this higher. Feral Druid should have been A+. This is a blasting DPS. It's just comp dependent. You play Brewmaster, you want Feral. You don't have Brewmaster, you kind of maybe don't want Feral, etc. But this is kind of comp dependent, but I think that this spec is really good right now. And I think that I would be... The Rogue spec is weird. I still think Assassination should be here, but let's keep moving on. I don't want this video to be too crazy long. I just think it's really fun to see how right or wrong I was, because I want to compare this and just see if I did a good job or not. Demo Warlock, yeah, I weirdly think that AF is better than Demo right now. Like, I would put AFlock actually in A+. This spec blast. I just did 18 Halls of Atonement, 18 Dawnbreaker right before, and we had an AFlock, Arson. He's just like top damage pretty consistently. He's really good. They have good prio, etc. They got the good Malefic Rapture change and a few new talents. Oh, they're a good spec right now. I think actually one of the best this is one of the best that AF has ever been in Mythic Plus, but you don't see it very often. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty happy with these here. Now this is where it gets interesting. So in terms of tanks, VDH and Bear are kind of in a similar spot. I think that Bear slightly overshadows VDH because often you want the utility that Bear provides in terms of B-Res, in terms of Mark of the Wild, in terms of even a Poison Dispel for Arakara and things like that. But I can't rank it that high. Like, if anything, the tank balance is pretty good. I obviously play Guardian Druid, and I would say that Guardian is capable of living all these keys, no problem. Like, Guardian's super tanky, so I think I would put both tanks up here like this and at least move them up, maybe even A+. Tank balance is some of the best it's ever been right now, but part of the reason why that's true is simply because the season's not that hard to tank. It's just, this season in particular is pretty friendly to tank, so there's not that many tanking checks, and so what tanks are supposed to provide is more damage and utility. I kind of hope they change that in Midnight. My hidden cook is that tanks should be a lot more... They should actually make tanks more of a support role, and they should give tanks a niche, like off-healing for Bear, or the utility of Prot Pally having the kicks, etc., or VDH having sigils, or Warrior having group intervenes even, like they gave to Fury and Arms coming up. I think that tanks should actually have more support abilities, DK having a bomb limb, etc., because... tanks being a pseudo DPS and the difference between why a tank is good is right now not about their survivability. It's literally just about their capacity to do damage. And I don't really enjoy that as a tank. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, I just find it to be a very strange scenario that tanks are in, where it's like the only reason that Bear is not S+ is because it doesn't do as much single target damage. That's a really strange... That's like a DPS. That's just ranking DPS now. And it's weird. It's weird that that's true. You know? So, yeah. Okay. Ret Pally. You see a lot of Ret Pallies. I've played with a lot of good Ret Pallies. But I can't in good conscience rank it that much higher. Like... You can move it to A. You can... If Survival is here and Shadow is here, I mean, Ret Pally has to be at least in this category. The main problem is they're a Ret Pally. I think it's not in a bad spot. They do good overalls. It's not the right damage profile, etc. We don't have to go over exactly why, but it's solid. You can't go wrong with a Ret Pally. I won't offend too many people. I'll leave it like that. In terms of rogue specs, subtlety. This was one of those specs where I didn't see many on the PTR. I remember on PTR I played with like 10 different subtlety rogues, and I took screenshots and logs. And like 6 of them were below the tank. Now, it was pre-buff. They were a little bugged, but the most important thing was that it was just hard to play. Nowadays, you see some good ones, but the only people who did good is I got to play with Kush and I got to play with Shindig. Those guys blast, but every other subtlety rogue I saw on PTR was not impressing me. That being said, in the season, they have a really good utility of just, they're a good niche of just like, they blast boss damage. So I would put subtlety a little higher. Like if you were to start the season right now, you would not necessarily regret playing this, but it's not better than a Frost DK or a Havoc, you know? Okay. So in B tier, this is what gets in. So this should be in B tier as the Shaman. This is also in B tier. Now, this is still comp dependent. The problem with comp dependent is that it's technically ranked here. But remember, 18 streets that I just did was timed with minutes to spare. We had so much time on that clock. We could have been 19, borderline 20. And it was timed with a Windwalker Monk and a Holy Paladin. That Windwalker Monk was blasting. But Streets is a particularly good key, because obviously if you bring a Windwalker Monk to a Priory or a Floodgate or a Gambit, they have the target cap. And that's the problem there, right? So that's the issue. And then in terms of Fury Warrior, this was pre-buff. This was pre-buff. You gotta understand. It wasn't even a buff, remember, it was a hot fix to Slayer. Before that, Fury Warrior at the start of the season was, how do I put this lightly, bad. But now it's really good. Fury Warrior actually, no. It's actually like, if you need a warrior buff, the problem with the Fury Warrior is that you normally play prot. So if you play any other tank that is not prot warrior, Fury Warrior is probably your best DPS spec. It depends if you bring that mage or Ellie Shami, but like Fury Warrior is amazingly good. Like very, very, very strong right now. And I think that the class balance is really good. I think all these belong in S+. Okay, Boomy. Nah, Boomy's here. Boomy, like you can play it, but you kind of regret playing it. There's no real reason to play it. Mistweaver, again, you can play it, but there's no real reason to play it unless you really, really want it. Arms Warrior has nothing on Fury. Windwalker, I don't want it to be low on the list because it's actually better than a lot of these other specs, but it is technically comp dependent. I feel like Windwalker doesn't deserve its place here. There's a lot of these specs do, like Arms, etc. Like these deserve their place down here. I feel like Windwalker, I should at least put it in high A. Like it's actually not that bad, and in a lot of these settings and dungeons and comps, it really shines because there is a lot of physical damage this season. So I'll put it here. Okay, next. So the soup category is absolutely fundamentally correct. Like this is correct, except for Blood DK. All tanks are in a pretty good spot. Once again, I timed 17 Floodgate with a Blood DK. I was healing on my Resto Shaman. Blood DK it's definitely, I would still rank VDH higher than Blood DK at the moment, but it should be here. Like, no tank is in a bad spot. Tank balance is probably the best, borderline the best it's ever been. The only reason you don't see that is because the level of optimization in WoW is so high right now that the edge of doing 5% more damage is that critical. Like, a lot of these differences between a Beastmaster Hunter and an like, this is not a 5% difference. Beastmaster Hunter versus Fire Mage, this is like a 20% difference. But like Prot Warrior versus Guardian, it's not necessarily that high overall. The problem is it's single target. When I was healing a DK, they did good damage, but they have no group buff. This group buff is more valuable than this one. Oh man, I don't want to get into group buffs for the night. That'll be a whole nother conversation, which we will make another time. I don't need this video to be too long. I'm good with Holy Paladin being here. Again, I timed a key with the Holy Paladin, but their contribution was lower than any other healer that I could have brought. They did 400k overall DPS. Should healer DPS matter? Not necessarily. But any other healer by existing, if 400, you're like, let me do the math real quick. You got to understand. This healer did 400k overall. You're like, that's not bad. This healer, by existing, by pressing Sky Fury, okay? By pressing Sky Fury does almost 1 million DPS in the same dungeon. Like this. You press one buff. You don't even need to hit a damage global and you double the damage. That's insane. This healer, Mark of the Wild, 3% verse. You don't have a Druid in the comp? This healer, and it does more damage to begin with on the actual details meters, but the problem with group buffs is it disproportionately affects healers and tanks. Because it's possible that a DPS does 2 million more, and that just overwhelms the group buff that it might bring. That's like Arms Warrior, etc. But you know what doesn't do that? Healers and tanks. So the group buff disparity with healers and tanks is unfortunately, like, I think it's sad. I think Unholy is actually fine. I think there's nothing wrong with Unholy. It's just that Frost overshadows it like crazy. So, you know, here, fine. We'll bring Holy Paladin up. It can't be in the same category as Holy Priest because that's still the worst healer. So Fire Mage down here, Aug, Holy Priest, these classes are soup, and hopefully they balance it a little better. I don't know, man. I'm not upset about the balance. I'm not upset at all. This is just a review. This is like a little mid-season check-in. This isn't some grandiose tier list that I'm trying to make. It's just, I wanted to see how right I was. Aside from these 3 specs over here, which obviously didn't start this list on S, the problem with these ones is they were all changed. At the start of the season, none of these were that good. Like not a single one of these was that good, but then they buffed it, and now they're really good. So we have this situation where it's like, oh, I couldn't have predicted the Slayer hotfix or the Ellie Shami buffs or the Beastmaster. But I did think, like, if you chose a Frost DK, you're happy. You chose a Havoc, you're happy. Arcane Mage, couldn't have complained. Resto Druid, you couldn't have complained. If you chose VDH because of me, I'm sorry. That one, I apologize for. If you chose VDH because you were saying, oh, this is going to be the best tank, I do apologize for that. Because I missed on that one. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be straight up. Listen. I was wrong on the VDH. But I'll do better next time. No, I mean, the tier list, I don't know if anybody is ever 100% accurate, but for my first time really going into it, I feel like I did a pretty good job. At the very least, I can tell you it was super fun for me to make them and at least make the predictions. I mean, you're going to see like 2 major comps playing, but there's a lot of good specs right now, and game balance is pretty solid. So if you enjoy this content, feel free to like and subscribe. I'm really excited when Midnight Beta comes out and we can test dungeons. You better bet that's what I'm doing. I want to test everything. It's my favorite time to play WoW because I can just go in and get all the gear I want and play anything. I don't have to worry about filling my vault and RNG and trying to get my Soul Hunter boots and trying to get Lumathar so I can try out my Holy Paladin, etc., etc., etc. I don't have to worry about trying to get Brand so I can play my Blood DK. I could just log in, gear it, and play it. So I'm always super hyped to play it. I'm very excited for the beta. This will be the only, I'm not trying to farm tier list content. It's just I really wanted to review it. I think it's super fun, and it's a good opportunity to talk about the game. Don't tell me that Fellowship does that. I know Fellowship does that, but I'm chronically and hopelessly addicted to World of Warcraft, and Fellowship is not World of Warcraft. So unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you view it, I enjoy World of Warcraft. So that's my little mid-season review. When Midnight comes around, we'll be making a lot more videos. At the very least, I don't want to dive into it yet because every single week there's an update. I'm like, whoa, this class just changed. Oh, that Apex talent just came out. And it's like, okay, I'm waiting a little bit to cover what I know. And I'm moving houses in like a week. So I won't have time to cover it. But soon, we're getting into the Midnight stuff. All right, bet. See you guys next time. Cool. That's a YouTube video. Just so you all know, that was a YouTube. Sorry, I was a little locked in because sometimes, I'm not going to lie, it's fun to do them on stream, but also I know myself too well. This right here, look at me. Lock eyes with me for a second. Apathetic. Yeah? Lazy. Weeb. Otaku. Nerd. Geek. These are all things that describe me. Furry. Etc. These are all things that describe me as a person. If I don't do this live on stream, trust me, I'm not fucking doing it. If I don't do it on stream, I'm not going to end up making the video. So, my bad. Yo, Emola, are you still here? I wanted to say thank you again for the sub. And sorry I was a little locked in. I don't actually edit the videos, so I kind of have to I have to like clip the whole thing because I don't go back and edit them. So if I know I'm going to post it to YouTube, I literally just have to do it like that though. What's this? What's this? I went for a lunch. Did we do? No, we did the video already. That was the video. That was the video. What is this? What? Did I get debated by this notification? Oh, maybe. Weird. No, I'll check that out later. Yeah. My bad. I feel like I did okay, though, you know? Yeah, well, it's better than Blood GK. I don't blame him that much. I really hope nobody properly rerolled VDH because of me. I would feel a little bad about that. I would feel a bit bad. Hey, Peppa John. What is this notification I keep getting? Hold up. This is an official notification. What is this? Doing any push? I think I might be chilling now. Yeah, I want to go to the gym and stuff today, so pretty sure I'm chilling now. Have to do it later, Drabs. And what was this, a gift sub? You want a gift sub? I started as a rep lane and the concept with prop pally. If you can play tank and you could do that, Peppa, like that sounds like a pretty good idea, honestly. If you're able to do it, I think, you know, like that's one of the things people ask, like what's going to be meta in Midnight, and it's like, well, if you can play a tank, if you could play a class that has a tank off spec, you're much more likely to be right. We don't know, but if you have a class that could tank or heal, you're much more likely to have options if you're willing to swap to those roles. That's the one advantage, you know. If prop pally's bad, sorry, if rep pally's bad, but prop pally's really good, you could just play prop pally if you're willing to swap. Not everybody's willing to swap like that, I will say. This is so weird. All right, I'm going to check that later. Did you do spicy take on Blizz right up on hit? No, I haven't yet. I didn't know, but I had to learn because they wouldn't invite me. Yeah, rep pally's a tough one. I got into play with the best one of the best rep pallies in the world. You know Melee, Peppa-chan? I've gotten to play with him, and he blasts, and I've got to play with Kent as well on his rep pally, and he's like pushing the top damage meters. Like, he's good, but they're still not really wanted, and the main reason is simply because it's like so crazy, man. It's so crazy competitive. Always mage? I don't know. Like, I don't think mage is even that meta right now. After the nerf, I mean, I don't play with mages. Requiem, if you're a mage and you queue for my key, I won't take you. I'm dead serious, and I'm not the only one who thinks like that. Like mages, I'm biased particularly against them. I wish I play because they bring nothing. More DPS specs. Shadow can at least pump and do damage. But yeah, maybe Shadow was a little lower. I don't matter to play much because it's much harder to... Yeah. That's now at the start without tier. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. It's tough. There's so many rep pallies. Like, people... We can almost guarantee, you know as well as I know, Devour or Demon Hunter comes out, bro, that spec is going to be probably the best damage dealer. Like, they almost never let it be bad because they want people to play it, right? But there's going to be so many people playing it that you might not be able to get into keys. So you have to be careful. Drabsy's is starting to woo rant. All right, bet. You want me to choose my rant, or you want to choose it for me? And I hold the right to say no if you choose a bad category. Og? Oh, that shit is so bad right now. I actually like Og too. I like Og, but no. Choose Ran if we do. No. Sorry, Drabs. Yeah. No, I gotta... I gotta head out today. DK is never bad free class. I mean, well, we say that now, but for all of the expansions before, DPS DK was not that good. No, I wasn't. I'm not. I'm gonna be good. Worth a try. It's fair. Dev was kind of bad. Yeah, well, I mean, what was our Dawnbreaker? This Dawnbreaker was sad, Drabs. We should have had that. Look, there's a Dev Evoker right there. Look at this. Look at the Dawnbreaker 18. That's a Dev. He's just good at it. Yeah, DPS DK was not a thing until recently. You know? Exactly. Nowadays, we're like, oh, recency buy-in says, oh, but Frost DK is so good. Yeah, but it was shit for a very long time. Yeah, DK DPS was not good for a very long time until recently. Until very recently. He did good. This Demon Hunter was not having a good key. It was okay. Yeah, it wasn't the worst. It was just, yeah. Now, because it's been so consistent, yeah, because it's basically when the talent tree came out that spec became immortal. Do you remember in season 1 they had to nerf it? Do you remember? Because it was like 20% tankier. It's still immortal. It's still super tanky. It was like 20% tankier in season 1. That spec was an abomination without the limb. Huh. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll post that video later. I think it's fun. I do think it's fun. There's the Discord if you want it. I'm going to go to the gym. Yes, he died a lot. We lost the Dawnbreaker because we had like 3 frontal deaths. It was unfortunate, but it does happen. Doesn't mean he's a bad player. It means this was also an 18 Dawn. This was 17 Dawn after. Because it wasn't Brazil. This was 18 Dawn. You had too many frontal deaths. It happens. People have bad keys. It's not you can't judge somebody based on a single key. There were 3 frontal deaths, which feels pretty bad. Like 3 is rough. Like 1 is like okay at an 18, but 3 in a row is kind of tough. Well, I mean, Havoc buffs, but the thing is, Havoc also gives 3... You gotta remember group buffs. 3% of his damage, and most of my damage is also buffed by Havoc. You know? User rate Aug as soup? Yes. Aug is still soup. And I like Aug, by the way. I'm not an Aug hater, but, like, the spec doesn't do enough damage right now. It just doesn't. Like, it straight up is just... It's not... Currently... We'll see about the War Within changes. Like, maybe they change that. I don't know. But currently, it do be tough out there for Aug. Like, if you are playing Aug, then it'd be rough. It'd be rough. You know? I don't think Aug is in a very good spot at the moment. You know? I can't say that Aug is in a good spot, at least right now. I don't know. Has anyone played with an Aug and they actually did well? I'm really curious. Has anyone actually played with an Aug and they were, like, really good? I'd be so curious to know if anybody says yes to this. I feel like you did. What key level, if you don't mind me asking? Now I'm curious. Like 15 or 16? That's not bad. That's actually pretty good. 15 or 16? If I gear my Prez Evoker, I'll play Aug. 100% I would. If I gear my Prez Evoker, I'd play Aug for fun. I don't see why not. What is this? I joined an Aug's key and a tank joined, and he had an add-on called what? There's an add-on called Aug Avoid. How do I not have this? How do I not have this all night? Do I need to get this add-on? Wait, should I get this add-on? Nah. That's pretty funny. Probably like a personal add-on. You can make personal add-ons? I want to make personal add-ons. Toxic Woo add-on. I have Remember Me. Does that count? Does that count? Just learn Lua. Yeah, just teach me how to code. I can definitely learn how to code. There's no way, man. I can't learn how to code. There's no way. Dude, imagine me trying to learn how to code. That sounds terrible. That sounds really bad. Learn the basics, then have AI help. Yeah, why would you? Isn't I thought coding was the most secure job in the world, and now AI just takes over. Yeah, I thought coding was secure. I feel like Oz is Battlefield. I'm running 13s. Are you play Og, Nasatros? Do you play Og? Are you an Og enjoyer? I actually, like I said, I like Og. I really have no problem with Og. I would play it even. If I was able to, like if it was okay, it was decent, I would probably play Og because I think it's fun to play in keys. It's not fun to play in Raid. Got 3K for Stim Seasons Og. Oh, you said that earlier. That's right, that's right, that's right. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Debating. So how many more crests do I need? I need 30 for my belt, and then I need like 75 for a trinket. 75 for a trinket will actually take some time, but it's not necessary. It's just some things I would do and some things I wouldn't. Hard mode? Oh, I should actually... Well... I guess there's no reason to do hard mode on my main anymore. Just for crests. Maybe. Yeah, I think if I was an Og, I would have to run my own key for sure. There's no reason. I only need a neck or a ring, I suppose. But it's like pretty low value at this point. It's pretty low value at this point. Who's Kilak? I don't know who this is. I want to make a new friend. I don't know. Who's Kilak? Does anybody know Kilak TV? Can we make a new friend? Who is this? Occasionally, I just go to my suggested and I click on them. And if they're talking, when I click on them, I'll say hi. I have no idea who this is, to clarify. I have no idea. Sometimes I just go into suggested and I'm like, hi. Oh, he's already been streaming for 12. I should ask him if he's keep going. I don't know. I just, sometimes it's nice to make new friends, but... And then I'm just like, oh, I could raid Laura. Ah, okay, he's at 6 a.m. Okay. Nice save. He said it's 6 a.m. and I should sleep. Dude, 6 a.m., if you make it to 6 a.m., you don't go to sleep. You stay on at that point. What's up, Adrian? How's it going? Honestly, if you make it to 6 a.m., I don't feel like you go to sleep at that point. I bet. Well, we could raid Lara. Noctis is doing a stream-a-thon thingy. Hi, Adrian. How's it going? I'm about to end for today because I want to go to the gym. I want to relax for a little bit, and I got a little bit of work to do tonight. Tomorrow... How are keys going? We missed 18 Dawnbreaker because of some silliness, and we missed 18. The 18 hauls was a tragedy earlier, but they feel really good. Bear feels good. My damage feels solid. I'm pretty happy. Bear feels like I'm not regretting playing it. I don't feel like I need to be on anything else right now. So overall, yeah. Yeah. I'm in general feeling pretty good. Yeah, how do you feel post turbo boost? Do 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 do. Title? I don't think so. I don't think you've seen me play too much. I don't think I have it in me to grind it, dude. I don't think so. Hey, attractive. Thanks for hanging out today, by the way. I think you're attractive. Actually, here. How long is Noctis on for? He's doing a sub. He's doing a thingy. No, he's almost done. That's what I wanted to do, Loom. That's why I still can't buy my antenna on Ellie. You mean like Mythic or? I would wait for Mythic. I don't know if I would just go to Heroic. Yeah, I'll send you over. Wake up time. Okay, I'm gonna end for tonight. Bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll probably be on for like a little. We'll see. Tomorrow might be a slightly shorter stream. I got things to do, but I'll be back tomorrow. Good. Close to Brazil 17. Solid. I'll have to see you another time though, Adrian, because I have to go get ready to do things tonight. But I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Bye. Alright. What's up, Luigi? Speed ran hard mode 33. Wait, really? 33 minutes is pretty solid. That's awesome. I feel like we had mostly lurkers at the end of today's stream. Oh, Baba, thanks for hanging out, dude. Luigi, appreciate it. I'll upload that video later today. But thanks for hanging out.